Well, good morning and welcome to this Over-50 World Cup match at Claremont Cricket Club. We have host South Africa going up against the UAE on this, the final day of group matches. We have playoffs over the weekend and then that final at Newlands on Monday. Both teams here, South Africa and UAE, come off losses in their previous match, and while the UAE sits second to last in Group B, South Africa are second and level on points with England. They're split only by net run rate. So the news from the middle: the UAE won the toss. They will bat first, so lining up to take the first ball is captain Louis Kuhn, and with him at the crease, Brandon Nash. So it's a very good morning from myself, Zian Sims, and with me the Picture Vision team, Labiba, Marie and Zadian on the panning camera. So the UAE just making sure they've got everyone at the right place, opening the bowling, Naveed Siraj coming from the far end. Sorry, it's Jakud. And a good start, swinging away from the South African captain, gets some pad on it. And that's the first runs off the match. A comfortable 2 for Team South Africa. And legitimate runs. Full toss. Lucan just plays it straight through for a single. From my angle, it seems like I've got a man at second slip. That Asif Butt with Imran Kamzi in a third-ish, fourth slip position. Man at backward points is a sweeper, cover, mid on, mid off. Also a short fine leg. Just the one man out on the outside of the circle. That one swinging away a bit too much. Wide signalled by the umpire. And now captain Said Rafula taking the helmet. He's stand up to the stumps for the rest of this over. Ready 4 without the loss of a wicket, just 2 legitimate balls in so far. There's Naveed Siraj to resume bowling with his captain around. Full toss, dispatched all the way for 6. Top shots straight out in the middle of the bat. Brandon Nash, some proper connection and a nice flat 6 nearly into the Claremont Cricket Club clubhouse. Shots fired by Team South Africa. Don't miss your length. Otherwise you're going to have to go fetch that ball. And much better length Some good movements. And Nash comfortable to let that one go. Seems to be a bit of an issue with Naveed Siraj's shoulder. With 2 balls left in this over, he says, "No, Skip, I am done." Yeah. Apologies, 12 off that first over. It was a top start for South Africa. Okay. So Imran Kamzi to take the new ball from the near end. Movement, a lot of chatter for the start of this second over. Naveed Serai. He has a bit of a shoulder injury. He's staying on. He's fielding right in front of the commentary gazebo. That's a long off. Now long on. Slowly making his way into the circle, or not. some confusion. Wide, and what a shot from Louis Kuhn. That one's gonna go all the way. Too short, too wide, and pounced upon by the captain. Well, these South Africans in some great form. Now Sarai seeing a few steps in, just outside the circle. Bowled onto the legs of the captain. Brilliantly working to the leg side. And great running. They turn around, contemplating the 3. And just 2 there on the board. 17. The South African score now. 19. Halfway through the second over. Nicely played down the ground by the captain, and they get through for a comfortable single. Good laying, great fielding of his own bowling. Hamzi to finish his first, and a dot to close the second. So it's 20 without the loss of the wicket, 2 overs in, and a proper start by the hosts. Once again, good morning and welcome to this final day of group matches in the Over-50 Cricket World Cup. It's a nice morning in Constantia. It's the light breeze blowing from east to west. But a beautiful day for cricket.
Shafiq to continue.
Ahmed Shafiq coming from the far end. Nice length, but easily worked into the leg side by the captain. Brandon Nash leaves that one alone. Seems like good movement away from the right-hander. The UAE will have to pull this one back, hit consistent lengths. It's been all over the place in the first couple overs. Hold short and nicely played down the leg side to the man at long off. And the 2 South African vets stroll through for a single. Now Shafiq to Kuhn. Shortish length again, nicely played. And some work for the man at long off. Shafiq nearly gets the better of Brandon Nash there. Just gets some bat on it. But this a much better over. Just exactly what the UAE needed. It's been a tidy over so far. Just 3 off it so far. And again left alone by Nash. And at the end of the 3rd over, it's 23 without the loss of a wicket. Nice tidy over from Mohammad Shafiq. just looking at both sides' last games. South Africa played England. Had a bat first, got to 201 for 5. But unfortunately for the South Africans, England got to that target with 1 over to spare, losing by 3 wickets. But a proper batting effort from Mario Solomons, who's in the team. He got 50. Andre Peters also got 50, but he's not in the side today. And the UAE coming off a 5-wicket loss to Wales on Monday. So both sides coming off a loss. The UAE especially has something to prove here today. Oh, good ball. But way too high. Some good pace from Imran Kamzi. Starting to find his rhythm. Gets the better of Louis Kuhn on this occasion. That the South African captain survives. Good bounce, good pace in Kamzi. It's a much better length. That just helps the UAE momentum. It's been easy scoring so far. Good length. Nice and full. A lot better. It's very important for the UAE to get some momentum, yeah. Keep the chatter up. It's short wide and great fielding there. And the man at point. A good effort from the man at backward point. Nice to see these old gents throwing their bodies around, putting their bodies on the line for their country. Oh, nice away movements from the right-hander. And that will close over number 4. It is 24 without the loss of wickets. Just the 1 run off that over. Nice and tidy. That run rate's still 6, or at 6, which is basically where South Africa's been living in this tournament. They've been averaging about 6 and over throughout the course of this tournament. Been really destructive with the bat. Nicely bowled once again. It's a great comeback from UAE, Mohammed Shafiq. Louis Kuhn not keen on taking him on just yet, just waiting for that bad ball, but it's been about 14 good balls in a row so far. This once again, passionate appeal from the UAE, but might just gotten some bat on that. Shafiq to Kuhn once again. Short. Looks like he just got a leading edge and gets away from it with it this time. Seems these two South African batters are having some trouble navigating the swing. Nice fall, good length. Nicely defended by the South African captain. There's one more ball to go in the 5th over. No runs off it so far. Can Mohammad Shafiq pull off a maiden here? Would be big for the UAE. Oh, nice ball, floated, directed at the toes of the South African captain. Brilliant over from UAE. And after quite a tough start, they're starting to pull it back. Imran Kamzi start his 3rd.
You call him Sayyid or you call him Kazmi.
Nice ball. In some nice movement away from the right-hander. A nice take from the captain, Saeed Rafula. Another good over so far from Saeed Kazmi. Nicely played. Great fielding there. DJ Mehra. Good hands showed by the UAE vets. Again, just the one run off the over so far. UAE pulling it back nicely. Good ball. Some width offered to Louis Kun. Can't get that one away. Saeed to finish the 6th over. Lets that one go. Yeah, might be too high and might be missing leg stump.
Though he did not apply the shot, which is danger for the batsman, but the height was the matter.
So the South Africans just seemingly struggling with the movement of the ball first up. But pulling it back nicely.
Yes.
At 25 without the loss of a wicket. Going at about 4.4 to the over. 4.17 to the over. And it is Mohammad Shafiq to resume from the fine.
No, I'll get the chair. I don't want you to labor for me.
Shafiq to Nash. Pushes it to the leg side, no run. Oh, another good ball, passionate appeal again from UAE, but again the umpire says no.
Appeal by Shafiq.
Shafiq goes down to his knees, practically begs the umpire and looks to be in some shock. That's about the 4th or 5th appeal, and again umpire says no. Brandon Nash survives once again. There's a lot of protection here for Mohammed Shafiq behind square on the offside. Man at short third man. The gully region, backward points. And cover, extra cover. Mid off, mid on, long on. Wide, nicely cut. But again, the South African batters just can't get it away. Nice fielding there from the man at backward points. Asif Butts. Shafiq to Nash. Again, pushes it to the leg side, ball into the pads. Good movement into the right-hander this occasion.
It's a leg by.
Leg by signal by the umpire. And again, South Africa just struggling to get some proper bat on it. Started brilliantly, but just having some trouble to keep the scoring up. There's 20 runs scored of the first 2 overs. Now on the preceding overs, just 5 runs added. Nice full, great fielding. Vijay Mehra, an extra cover. Got foot on it more than hand. But however you stop it, stopping it is important. It's another dot ball for UAE, and these valuable dots just putting more and more pressure on the hosts. And mid off, going back to the boundary. Long on seems to be about 5 steps in from the rope. Good length, and just defended by Louis Kuhn. That's the end of the 7th. Just 26 overs, 26 runs so far. There's one off it.
Yeah, because
Off the leg by.
Yes.
So the second maiden of this the UAE innings, bowling
Now
innings.
UAE bowlers are doing good. They are bowling very with discipline.
Yeah, good lengths, good movements. This wind just starting to pick up, coming from the southwest. So Saeed Kazmi bowling into the wind.
For me, still I tell you that I feel that they should go for one deep mid wicket.
That's in full, good fielding with his own bowling. Saeed Kazmi. And the dots just keep on piling up for South Africa. Can Nash relieve some pressure? Yes. Plays it on the back foot, works it straight. And just a single this occasion.
Good looking shot. Comfortable one.
To some Nearly a devastating run out for the South Africans. The UAE don't look happy with the umpire's decision. It seems like Brandon Nash just made his ground. But Captain Said Rafula not happy. Not happy. So that the pressure starting to take its toll. Mistakes are starting to come. And this has been a brilliant spell of 6 odd overs from the UAE, just building and building pressure. Mohamed Shafiq coming from the far end to Louis Kun, short, worked onto the leg side for no run. And after racing to 20, South Africans stuck in the 20s. Still on 28. Nice full length, nicely played, and great fielding. Great cricket all round. This is a 45 over game. It's a lot of time, a lot of overs, a lot of cricket still to come. The most important thing is, despite the pressure, for the South Africans not to lose early wickets. That's good length. Steep bounce. But this has been a fantastic spell of bowling from Mohamed Shafiq since taking over from Naveed Sarai, who had injured his shoulder 4 balls into the first. Good length, good movement. Lukun leaves that one alone. So 2 more balls to come, and the run rate has dropped to about 3.23 at this stage. Nicely bowled, but protection. So just the single for Team South Africa. It's been exclusively singles in the past 6 odd overs. And again, just the one. Nice and full delivery. Nicely played. And that's the end of the 9th over. And South Africa are on 30 without the loss of a wicket. That wicket brings Craig Lyons to the middle. And he's stepping into a high pressure situation. But a top job from Mohammad Shafiq, capitalizing on the pressure and the hard work from himself and Saeed Kazmi on the near end.
What does that look like?
Craig Lyons coming off a 6-ball duck against England in their last run out, so he'd be keen to improve on that. And he has some work ahead of him. It's 34 for 1. South Africa scoring a 3.24 to the over. But top bowling from the UAE so far, especially this man, Mohammad Shafiq, coming from the far end. Oh, nearly hits the off stump. Oh, that's fantastic. Brilliant bowling, good length. And that would have been devastating for the South Africans. This is incredible to watch. Top bowling from Mohammad Shafiq. Directs this one to Lyons' toes. He works into the leg side, and that's Lyons off the mark. So now Brandon Nash, he's on 14 of 26. Also seem to have a bit of a struggle. Nicely bowled once again. And that's the end of the 11th over. It's 35 for 1. Job from Mohammad Shafiq. So a dangerous man with bat in hand. He got 53 in the UAE's last match against Wales. 53 of 64 in their 5-wicket defeat. And in that Wales game also a proper performance from Kuram Khan. And he's sure to make a cameo a little bit later with a ball, but now Saeed Kazmi start his 6th from the near end. And it is Craig Lyons on strike. Short cuts it straight to the man at extra cover, but great running. Lyons getting Brandon Nash's hammies working. Left alone by Brandon Nash. And Nash beaten once again. It's a nice little battle out there in the middle between the UAE bowlers and Team South Africa. Good movement away. wants Nash to take a swipe at that, force him into a mistake. Will he bring this one back in? Yes, he does. Pulls it into the pads. Nicely worked away. It's in for 2. Will there be more? Yeah, nice running. That's 3 for Team South Africa. Good running between Nash and Craig Lyons. So 39 for 1. 2 more balls to come in this over number 12. Nice and full, nicely defended by Lions. Saeed Kazmi bowling with his captain and wearing glasses. Holds it full, but wide, gets away with it. Nice connection there off the bat. But the 12 over ends with dots. It's 39 for 1. Important for Team South Africa to keep going. With every single dot ball, the pressure just keeps on building. Another leg by to Team South Africa scores. Short off the thigh pad. Brandon Nash is having a real struggle here against Mohamed Shafiq. Brings the new man Craig Lyons on strike. What can he do? Good length. Nicely directed delivery as well. And the new man in, keen to just take his time, get himself in. Said there's still a long way to go. Shafiq to Lyons. Another good length delivery. Again, this is proper bowling from Mohamed Shafiq. And his economy just dropped to 1.37. And it's been proper job. And doing the job his captain would have wanted. Siad Rafula won the toss a little bit earlier this morning. They opted to have a bowl first. And after a quick start from South Africa, his bowlers have pulled it back. So top job. Up to 41 now. South Africa 41 for 1. With one more ball to come in the 13th over. Everybody inside the circle for Nash. Nicely played. Some work for the man at mid-on. That's a top job. Just keeps it down to the single. So that's the end of the 13th over. It's 42 for 1. Nash on 18 of 32. Craig Lyons. He's got 3 to his name so far. This partnership nearly in double figures, just 8 so far. So once again, good morning, welcome to this Pitch Visions coverage of this over 50 World Cup match. It's the UAE against South Africa, and this is the final day of group round matches. We've got playoffs over the weekend, and then that final on Monday. Just looking at some of the other matches around Cape Town currently underway. We've got Zimbabwe and Australia in the thick of things. Zimbabwe having a bat first. They're on 45 for 1 after 13 overs. Sri Lanka, USA. Sri Lanka on 45 for 3 after 15. Then over at the New Zealand and Canada match, it's 81 for 1. Then Namibia playing Pakistan after 14.2 overs. Namibia on 29 for 4, so in some trouble. And then England currently playing Wales. Wales batting first. They're on 58 for 2 after 14. So a lot of great cricket all round the mother city this morning. Back here at Claremont Cricket Club in Constantia. UAE winning the toss earlier this morning. They put South Africa into bat first, and South Africa now 48 for 1 after 15. It's been a proper start. First 2 overs went for 20 runs. Then UAE pulled it back with some spectacular bowling. It really has been great. A lot of movements and good lengths, and that pressure leading to the first wicket. Captain Louis Kun had to depart, so it is Saeed Kazmi. He starts over number 8, his penultimate over of his spell. It's been good. Economy of 3 to the over, 0 for 21 after 7, and really doing a good job here for his captain, Said Rafula, the man with the gloves behind the stumps. So with Kazmi, 2 Lions. Some movement away from the right-hander, and Lions leaves that one alone. So the run rate now exactly 3.2, and a lot of work still here to do for South Africa. Most important for South Africa to just build a foundation. Still a lot of firepower to come. Oh, nicely worked. Just nothing of that one. Like I said, a lot of firepower to come. Mario Solomon's down the batting lineup. He got 50 against England last time around. Next in to bat, Alan Dawson. Nicely played, 45 against the English. South Africa in a pit here, and struggling to score against the UAE bowlers, especially this man Siad Kazmi and the man bowling from the far end, Mohammed Shafiq. Both have been spectacular. Nicely played. Straight basically to the man at long on, and that brings up the 50 for Team South Africa. And the top job, just 50 for 1. And that's 16 overs played. Mohammed Shafiq to start his penultimate over, coming from the far end. And Craig Lyons to face. Oh, gets some steep bounce of a full length. Gets the better of Craig Lyons on this occasion. So momentum on the side of the UAE. Yeah, they're quite chatty in the field. Nicely played. Finds the gap between cover and extra cover. That one will race away for 4. Rather crawl for 4. Quite a slow outfield. Yeah, come on, Cricket Club. The top shots from the South African vets. And relieves a lot of pressure with just that one shot. So now the sweeper straight, they've taken out cover. Again, nice cut shot, but good work from the man. The gully region. Yeah, more backward point position. Nice floated delivery. Craig Lyons happy to let one then go through. Another slower ball and a drop and run. Top stuff from the South Africans. Last ball. This is the 17th over. It's 55 for 1. And this partnership now with 21 runs. Top effort from Craig Lyons and Brandon Nash so far. Full toss. Swept away. But protection for Mohammed Shafiq. Just the single to end the 17th over. So it's 56 for 1. And scoring now 3.29 to the over. Shahid Kazmi to start his last over. Good start. Nice. Full Yorker length. Just taking a look at the fill once again, long on, long off. Both about 5 meters from the rope. Two fielders on the leg side. Oh, nice straight drive. Some work for Sarai, but too quick, too hard. And that's 4 runs. Brilliant shots out the middle of the mat, backed by Brandon Nash. Sarai already has a bad shoulder. And brave to throw his foot at that. screws starting to loosen for the UAE, especially Saeed Kazmi, who's been spectacular so far, with an economy rate of what was 2.5 shot up to over 3 now. A good reply there, working that ball, just trying to get some more swing, using the conditions. Quite a bit of wind still blowing here at Claremont Cricket Club. Working to the leg side, Nash keen to stroll through just for the one. Lions was looking for the second. But quite a huge gap there on the leg side.
Do you know when the toss?
UAE.
They do.
Oh, nicely played by Craig Lyons. Some work for the fielder at sweeper, but that rolls away for 4. What a shot! Brilliant. So cover drive from Craig Lyons. And that is 9 off the over. Fantastic, fantastic stuff from South Africa, and really not the way Saeed Kazmi wanted to end his spell. And takes the score up to 65 after 18, so 65 for 1. And the partnership up into the 30s, it's 31. Lions on 17, Brandon Nash on 27. It's been good. It's been great cricket here at Claremont Cricket Club. And while the UAE aren't in contention for the cup anymore, they're playing for pride. We've only got the 1 win under their belt in the competition so far, while South Africa only have the 1 loss. And that was in the previous run-outs against England, where they just fell to a 3-wicket defeat. England chasing 201 and doing so successfully. South Africa would want nothing more than take some great momentum into the playoffs. floated in from Mohammed Faisal Maqsood. Arguably gets away with that one. Just a single. Driven on the full of Craig Lyons. That takes his tally up to 21. Brandon Nash on strike, he's on 33. Nicely played. Good job to stop that one. Saves about 3 runs. As the man at mid wickets. Now Maqsood. Oh. That's a good length. And just defended by Craig Lyons. Display of an leg spin by Faisal Maqsood. Love with his action, I have to say. It's good flights, good dip, and getting good lengths, yeah. Every so often, a full toss, but he's been getting away with it more often than not. The edge of Craig Lyons' bat. Fancy footwork from the man. Third man. And just a single for South Africa. It's 3 off the over. 21 overs played. It's 77 for 1. Partnership now with 43. Brandon Nash on 34 or 51. Craig Lyons 21, rather 22 or 38. Just now inside for Rizvi to resume. The same field. Good take by the captain, Saeed Rafiullah at the back. Nicely played off the back foot, beats the man at extra cover, some work for long off. And they get through for 2. Great running by the South African vets. Both batters, after a tough start, starting to look more and more comfortable. But a nice little battle unfolding between the UAE and South Africa. Bowled into the pitch, good pace, nicely cut. Pete's points, but just one. Coming a bit easier for Team South Africa here. Still mostly dealing in singles, but important to keep the scoreboard ticking and rotating. Strike. Oh, nice little punch straight from Craig Lyons. More runs for South Africa. That over worth 5 for Team South Africa takes the tally up to 82, and the partnership 48. Top job from Brandon Nash, especially. He's been out there since the very start, and really testing himself. It's been a tough couple of weeks for the veterans and all the teams so far. Really pushing their bodies to the limits are the over-50s. They've all got great management staff, great medics, which allows them to keep going through to Monday, and the final will be played. I'm sure South Africa will be keen to do South Africa proud and go all the way. Still some cricket to go, especially here. We're through 22, it's 82 for 1. Maksud to resume from the far end, nicely played, but straight to the man of no wickets. Now Brandon Nash signalling for some water. It's hard work out there in the middle. Forward, gets the ball on the full, gets to the ball on the full, and a misfield off, allows the South African bowlers to come through for 2, and that 50 partnership, top job by Craig Lyons and Brandon Nash. Nicely cut, beats the man at backward point. Sweeper comes round, will cut it off, but South Africans get through for 2. Great running and great stamina showed by Brandon Nash especially. Job here for South Africa, and still some work to come. Not out of the woods as of yet. A dot to finish number 23. It's 86 for 1. Just looking at some of the other games around Cape Town, and this is the final day of pool action in the over-50 Cricket World Cup. Zimbabwe playing Australia. They're on 85 for 3 after 20. Or Zimbabwe having a bat first. Sri Lanka, USA. Sri Lanka had a bit of trouble on 70 for 5. New Zealand, Canada doing battle. New Zealand on 107 for 3 after 23 overs. Then Namibia playing Pakistan. Namibia in a lot of trouble on 55 for 7 after 21 overs. And then Wales and England doing battle. Wales having a bat first. They're on 79 for 3 after 22. In the situation, yeah, South Africa 86 for 1. They've been under some pressure, some very disciplined bowling from UAE. But phenomenal stuff from especially Brandon Nash to keep the scoring going through the tough times. And now the man with a drink of water gets everything on that. Straight over Longhorn's head. And that's 6 runs. So that sip of water doing the man some good. And that good start for South Africa to this, the 24th over. At about the halfway mark of this innings. Takes Nash's total up to 41 or 52. And this partnership now with 58. So scoring up to just under 4 to the over. Still quite a long way to go. A lot of runs to get. But Nash hitting a groove. Nicely played. Through that big gap inside the ring. And good running. And get through for 2. I hope you can hear the encouragement coming from the South African dugouts. Willing their side forward. And a good ball from Asad Rizvi. That's a tough job trying to pull this one back. Going for 6 off the very first ball. Bowls it out the toes of Nash. Places it straight down the ground. And the South African vet strolling through, walking that single all the way through from start to finish. He's pacing himself. Still. It's on the full. Good drive through the covers. Some work for the sweeper. And another strolled single for South Africa. They're approaching 3 figures, are the South African youngsters. Nash walks down the ground and 6 more. What a shot. And great footwork from the old man. That's 50 up for Nash. Brilliant innings. He's been there from the start. And also brings up the 100 for South Africa. Massive over for South Africa. Relieves a lot of pressure. And that over worth 14. $16 in that over. Expensive stuff. But great batting and skill shown by opener Brandon Nash. So that's 50 or 56 for the South African opener. And this partnership with 68. It is Faisal Maqsood. Will start his 4th over. Conceded 12 so far. It's been nice and disciplined from the leggy. Except for that one. Full toss. Lions pounces on that and smacks that for 4. Runs coming thick and fast for South Africa now. Now the pressure back on the UAE. What will Maqsood do here? Again on the full. Swipes at it again, and 4 more runs down the leg side for South Africa. So now a change in the field. Gone backward, short length, moving to not a deep square leg-ish position. And horrendous this wind has become. Much better length from Maqsood. And that probably should have been a run. And everybody happy to just Stay put exactly where they are. Hold in with a bit more pace. Smack straight. Long off. It's the partnership up to 78 now. Lions on 40, keen to join his batting partner at the 50-run mark. Floats it in, gets it on the full. Nicely played. Will he pierce the gap between long on and deep mid wicket? No, he won't. Nice running for 2. So that's the end of the 25th over. South Africa on 114 for 1. Now going at 4.56 to the over. How much do these two have left in their tank, especially Brandon Nash? Clear indications are that he's just going to keep on going at the UAE bowlers. Asad Rizvi will be taking a break. And it looks like the UAE international Karim Khan will be coming into the attack. He had a spectacular game against Wales on Monday, where he went for 2 for 4 in his 9 overs. 2 for 4 in his 9 overs against the Wales. With figures like that, unfortunate to lose by 5 wickets. Karim Khan. So it's Khan against Nash. Oh, good ball. Nicely defended. Like I mentioned, he is a international player, former international player. Played 10 ODIs and 2 T20s for the UAE. And he is the oldest player to score an international 100. Yeah. It was 8 years ago at the age of 43. So very reliable player for the UAE, and especially Sayed Rafula, captain, man with the gloves. And a nice start. South Africans are aware of his danger. And Nash just feeling out the first couple deliveries. Oh, beats the bat, hits the pad. Umpire says no. Oh, another good delivery. And a top starts from Karim Khan. And that's maiden and a proper start from the UAE international. So another change to the UAE bowling. Faisal Maqsood will be taking a break. It is Tarson Fleury coming from the far end.
Keep going, boys, yeah?
Medium pace. The run was on, but the South Africans opted against it. And still pretty much the same field. There's a sweeper, long on, long off. Man, a deep wind wicket. Oh, nicely bowled, nice and straight. The leg side, backward square leg, mid wickets. And a backward point, and an extra cover. So Rafila sticking to what works. And a fumble from extra cover allows the two South Africans to come through for a single. Good work. I'm sure Nash will be going at Tarson Fleury here. From Khan won't allow any runs on the other end. Flurry to Craig Lyons, works it backward a square on the offside, and another fumble in the field from UAE allows the two South Africans to come through for a comfortable 2. Takes the total up to 118 for 1, and that's 27 overs done and dusted. That is the UAE international Karim Khan to start his second. Started his spell with the maiden, and coming off a proper game against Wales on Monday. Let's repeat those figures: 2 for 4, 9. Unbelievable stuff. That's how tight this man is. And another good start. Not a lot of pace on it. Surely not a lot of turn from my view anyway. Dangerous length this time, drops it short, and Brandon Nash all over that, works it away for 4. And with that boundary, the partnership up to 88. Brandon Nash on 56 off 67. Craig Lyons, meanwhile, just 5 runs away from a half century. Well deserved half century. It's been hard work out in the middle, and scoring rate up to 4.5 on beats the keeper off Brandon Nash's bats. Won't go all the way though, just 2. But leg by is signalled by umpire Jason Carver. And hits the pad once again. get away. And now change in the field. They've got Faisal Maqsood dropping down to backward square leg on the ropes. And a top shot from Nash through the defences of extra cover. Allows the two South Africans to come back for a second. That's good running, good stamina showed by South Africa's vets. And another good over for South Africa. It's 28 played, 126 for 1. Really a top effort. And good morning still. If you just joined us, this Pitch Visions coverage. This Over-50 Cricket World Cup match in South Africa against the UAE. Brought to you by myself, Ziad Singh, Labiba, Murray and Zadian, who's on the panning camera. I'm just taking a look at some of the other matches. We've got Zimbabwe playing Australia. Zimbabwe having a bat first on 111 for 4 after 25. Sri Lanka on 81 for 7 after 28 against the USA. New Zealand having a bat first in their game against Canada. They're on 146 for 3 after 27 overs. Namibia on 63 for 9 against Pakistan after 26. And Wales on 90 for 3 batting first in the 26th over against England. It's great cricket all around the mother city on this windy Wednesday afternoon. Nicely played. Beats backward point, does Craig Lyon. And some work for the sweeper. He has to come all the way around.
Nice, buddy, nice, yeah, nice.
So the situation on the log, UAE in 6th place out of 7 after just one win after 5 times of trying. They did have that one game rain out last week Thursday. I was at that game at Durbanville Cricket Club. Both the UAE and Pakistan desperately wanted that game to go on, but the umpires bringing them off because of safety reasons. Players started to slip around on the pitch, and that game eventually did start at about 3 o'clock, reduced to 24 overs. It started drizzling and did not stop through the 17 overs that were played. And off the edge, beats the keeper, rolls away for 4. Fortunate boundary for Craig Lyons, and that's 50 up for Craig Lyons. Fantastic innings played by the man, supported Brandon Nash brilliantly, and has done a proper job here for South Africa's over-50 side. Top innings, well played. You youngster, you. And with that boundary, the partnership now worth 98. Oh. Slower ball that from Tarson Fleury. And Craig Lyons looking to sweep that ball to a vacant area behind square on the leg side. That full, good length, nicely played. And the two South African batters taking on the arm of Maqsood. It's 2 more, and that's 100 up. The partnership between Craig Lyons and Brandon Nash. 2 men out there for some time, and after getting off a bit of a slow start, some brilliant bowling from the UAE bowlers. They've come back with some force Not even sure they're aware of it, but we'll tell them afterwards. But in that 100 partnership, Craig Lyons contributing 53 off 65. Brandon Nash is on 58 off 72. So both players contributing to the cause. It's Karim Khan, the UAE international, to resume from the near end. He's conceded 6 of his 2 overs, not getting any of that. But lands safely. The bounce might have surprised Brandon Nash on that occasion. Gets the top of the bat and would have been comfortably into the hands of the man at mid-on, but that man's on the boundary, unfortunately, for the UAE. Good bowling. And then to the hands of Craig Lyons and defends nicely. Khan to Lyons again. Short. Gives space for himself and pulls that ball away for 4. Lyons scoring at an incredible rate and pounces on that short ball, really strong through the leg side. And this is good work for the South Africans, scoring now up to 4.7 and projected to get 206. They keep going. Nice quick signal. Brandon Nash has been out there from the start and not slowing down. Two more balls to go in this, the 30th over. It's Khan to Nash. It's good length, full length. It works that one away for 4. Top shot, Brandon Nash. See South Africans putting foot on the gas. That was brilliant shots. Nice and full at the toes of the South African vet. And now a search party called in for the ball. That ball smacked into the parking lot here at Claremont Cricket Club. Success, we found it. And giving the 2 South Africans some time to take a breather. Ball to come in the 30th over. Nash is counting the men on the boundary. There are 4 outs, 3 of them on the leg side, and Nash just defends. So that's 144 for 1 after 30 overs played, and time for a drink. That's the end of drinks here. This over 50 Cricket World Cup match between South Africa and the UAE, and a nice little grouping of South African supporters build up here at Claremont Cricket Club. Nice to see. Host nation getting some support. And just taking a look at some of the other matches that in between Namibia and Pakistan. Namibia bowled out for 67 midway through the 28th over. Sri Lanka also in trouble in their game against the USA. They're on 89 for 7 on the 31st. But yeah, South Africa 144 for 1 after 30 overs played, and good running from the two South Africans. They're looking for 2. They're going to take on the arm. And overthrows means that they are going to get a 3rd. Good running from South Africa. Nice intense showed after the break. I'm not sure what they give these guys to drink, but it really proves its worth. So now Nash on strike. Said Risby bowling from the far end to Brandon Nash. Submit on, not picking that one up, and 2 more for South Africa's cause. I have to be honest, I also lost the ball for a second, but 2 full, and Nash really trying to up the scoring rates. Is up to 4.9, and the projected score 216. I'm sure South Africa should be happy with that. Nicely worked down the leg side by Brandon Nash, and the race is on. And good footwork from the man from the UAE. And that's 3 runs. Brings up to 150 for Team South Africa. Brilliant stuff shown. True grit by Brandon Nash. And really does look tired. Good running. Picking up. Zebo, who's sitting under, looks close to collapsing. For a single. Last ball of the 31st, nicely worked. On the leg side, Brandon Nash single, and that brings about the close to the 31st over. It's 154 for 1, and next to me, Faisal Salih, TLO from for UAE. What does that entail exactly, sir?
Yeah, thanks, Jan. I think one of the best. I think the other fields will feel a bit offended if I say one of the best, but it is one of the best venues.
Yeah.
And as well situated clubs, and the top club in the Western Province.
With all due respect, there are a lot of brilliant clubs in and around Cape Town. Someone playing on the club circuit get to witness it day in and day out, week in and week out. And unfortunately, there are a couple that don't live up to standards. Sure. But it's nice being in Claremont.
Yeah, and I think Let me first come back to what that stands for, if this is the first time viewers and listeners are hearing that term. It's Team Liaison Officer. So each team is allocated a liaison officer to make sure logistics between the team and the organizing committee happens smoothly. Now, fortunately for me, I'm from Johannesburg. Myself and another TLO by the name of Frank Uger. And as we're getting Naweed having discussion here, Naweed is one of the UAE players, and he's having a chat. I think the sun, although there's a nice little breeze or wind, would you call this a wind because you were talking about gazebos? But yeah, Naweed just having a chat with the scorers there. But the bowler currently is John. John coming in, medium pacer. And that one is played down to the square leg boundary, and they scamper through for 2 runs.
Good running there from Van Nash and
Craig Lyons.
Yeah. And you're involved with the Vets League in Joburg. You might be the liaison officer for UAE, but you're happy what you're seeing here from the South African team and throughout the tournament. They've only lost the one so far.
Yeah, coincidentally, I know and here John goes in. This one played down, pushed past the bowler, and the mid-on comes in. And Imran, the bowling for the UAE team, cleans up and gets the ball back to John. Coincidentally, I know the guys of the South African team quite well. If not all of them, majority of them participated in the interprovincial tournament for the selection of the first round as John goes in. And this one played by Lions. Craig down to the third man region, and there another boundary. So you can actually see they have upped the tempo since the first rings break and then the second rings break, and we're in the final power play and final session of the South African batting innings. So yeah, coincidentally, Craig Lyons know quite well because he's from Johannesburg. A nice little player. Oh no, not a nice little player. He's a nice player, and he's been playing quite Premier League till as late as last year, and still scoring runs, and he takes his cricket seriously, and so does each and every player participating in this World Cup.
Of course,
take their cricket seriously. But here we have John running in. And he pushes this one to backward point position where Rayhan Khan, who's also another bowler of the UAE, but he has not come in to bowl yet, but the captain using his bowlers sparingly. Okay, as we watch this one from John. A little high. I'll be surprised if it's not called a no ball, and that's dispatched for 4 runs.
yeah, umpire happy that would have gotten below the waist, and yeah, indicating that would have dipped. I have to ask you, using his bowler sparingly, so Over-50 World Cup, and a tough 2 odd weeks for these vets to be playing quite a lot of cricket. So how's the management been going with recovery?
Maybe if you look at
Sarah saying good, but he injured his shoulder 4 balls in.
Okay, yeah, John comes in on the short side. This one is hit down to mid-on, nicely stopped there by Imran Sayed, and gets it in. Imran, as I mentioned earlier, was one of the opening bowlers, and we'll come back to that. If we look at the players, of the UAE and the way they went about their business, only playing one real seamer. We can't say at this age fast bowlers, but we're going to say playing one seamer, and they turned to spin. Today was the first time I actually saw the Shafiq, the other opening bowler, and he bowled quite decent lengths. I think personally the UAE restricted South Africa to the likes of Nash and to Kud very, very well. Yeah. But that has been their trade the whole tournament. if you look at the under preparation they had coming into the tournament.
Yeah. So putting pressure on South Africa, they got only the one wicket, which is a win in itself, but the amount of pressure South Africa was under from the UAE perspective, would have expected more wickets.
Look, I think just looking at the South African team, and the UAE could be familiar with some of the South Africans, and I'll touch on that a little bit later. If we look at the current run rate, and you're one wicket down, which is 5.2, not bad. The gentleman that's going to bowl now, Niru is, you can't say super sub, but the team has the bowling sub.
Yeah.
So I'm now looking, he's going to bowl into the wind. Oh, maybe that's not a good thing. Oh no, it's not, sorry, it's Kuram Khan.
Yeah.
Kuram Khan.
Yeah, former UAE international.
Exactly. Now if we maybe go back to the stats against the Welsh, I think he bowled 9 overs for
2 for 4.
Exactly. So Kuram Khan is, besides being a professional, quite a shrewd cricketer. So I think the captain's looking at Kuram Khan and is using him sparingly between the, spreading his 9 overs. And this one's just pushed down too long off. And Nash putting a bit of pressure, but what we want to say, maybe Craig in particular, he played against the UAE. They were touring South Africa last year in Johannesburg and played a couple of games at the Wanderers, and they played against the Northerns team also to get used to the conditions. And Kuram comes in on the shortish side, and this is pulled down to fine leg, and Naweed throws that ball in underarm. But that, not just now with the UAE, I think majority of the over-50 fielders, throwing a bit of the textbook cricket, elbow up and get the ball in.
And that's the injured man.
Yeah. So I think the cricketers having their trade and playing in. I mentioned the under preparation, and Kuram pulling out of that one. They arrived here the Saturday, the Sunday, of course, Cape getting its name, Cape of Storms. Playing across the line, not a bad shout. Got Kuram all excited, and the captain, the wicket keeper.
Yeah, from our angle, it's tough to see it just looking at the reaction from the keeper and Kuram Khan. It looked good.
Yeah. And what happened is rain the Sunday. A little
tough week to start.
Yeah. And there were some preparations for a friendly and for the captain to have a look at his combinations. And that's the end of the
38th. 33rd, sorry. It's 169 for 1. And these two batters, Brandon Nash, Craig Lyons, going about their business. Partnerships up to 135 with Nash on 78 off 86 and Lyons on 68 off 73.
Yeah, the South African batters have been throughout this tournament been quite good. They've been scoring consistently. You have Mario in next, I think. He's been scoring some runs. Craig has been scoring some runs. Unfortunately, Louis didn't get much, but also been scoring some runs. So the top order of the South African team, they've been kicking in quite nicely. Now we have a change of bowling. Now, what I'm surprised at, and looking at Rayan Khan, I think I mentioned earlier, I'm surprised he didn't bowl earlier, but now that's a long run-up. The only spinner that I know with quite a long run-up, and now I'm going to give my age away a little bit, is Derek Underwood, the English left-arm spinner that ran from behind the umpire. Now, that's a bit of a long run-up, and I can't recall, and I've been following them, and Rayan is one of the players that have been here during the tour I spoke about last year. He's a leg break bowler, a leggy as we would say, and I haven't seen his run up that long unless we're just sitting downhill. I'm not too sure about that now, but this is going to be
almost the same length as a Rashid.
Yeah, but if you look now, the wicketkeeper standing back. which is surprising for Rafi, the captain. And some nice running over there. Some nice running and 2 runs. First of all, coming around the wicket and into the legs. Is it because he's bowling into the wind and them hitting into the wind? I think that is now that 5th bowler combination that the captain is looking for to get that 9 over spell, and here Rayan goes in around the wicket and full toss, okay, straight to the fielder at the square leg boundary and 1 run.
So you're with the UAE team, and you've been speaking of South Africa scoring most of their games, basically all their games. They've got 200 plus runs. They're on course here to get to 234 if they keep the scoring of 5.2 up. Do you think the UAE will be able to get there?
Look, it depends a lot, and this one's driven down the ground, and between the 2 fielders of John and
Sarai.
Naveed, a beautiful 4 straight down the ground, which
Good power shown as well.
yeah, and that is what they say, the biggest gap in the field, straight behind the bowler. So yeah, it just depends on the day. First of all, I'll be surprised if South Africa doesn't score in excess of 250. That's the one thing. As Rayan goes in, across, and you saw the wicket keeper coming up now.
And some good pace as well.
Now, we were talking about the wicket keeping at the last game, we commentated. I think I was on commentary at the India game as Rayan goes in again, and this one is pulled down, but they got someone in the mid-wicket region, and that looks like Kuram getting it in and restricting the batters for 1 run. The wicket keeping has been good. For all the games I've watched, all the teams I've seen, the wicket keepers standing up for the fast bowlers. They would classify fast bowlers their team, as this one is pushed into the covers, and you have VJ fielding that one in the cover region.
You have the captain leading by example behind the stumps.
Yeah, he will be dictating, what he wants to see. You will look at the likes of Kuram Khan, you will look at all of them are seniors, but you look at your professional cricketers, and VJ, number 4 on his back, also you will look at him assisting if he misses anything. But it's been quite good. The team, I think they're happy with the situation. At no stage was there a flurry of runs in any over, with more than 2 boundaries being hit. Just chatting to some folk, the outfield is a bit slow. The outfield boundary is a bit big.
Yeah.
And if you consider now, we're just going to see, is it still Kuram Khan bowling? Let's just have a look there. Yeah, still Kuram. And a nicely soft hands drop in front of them. Okay, and a bit of bad return to the wicket keeper, but no harm done. Only the one run coming off that. So he's going to try and get Kuram through the spell. We're going to just try and have a look at all the other bowlers. Who has he got the rest of the innings to go to or to turn to in terms of...
Nice bounce there from Khan, and he's been very disciplined. Nowhere near the 2 for 4 in his 9 against Wales. He's already conceded 19, and this is 5th over. It's short, and Craig Lyons gives himself some space to play that cut shot. Good fielding from the man at backward points.
Yeah, if we just look at his field placing as Kuram comes in, nice, and Craig half a stride forward into the covers. But if you look at his field setting, he's got like a shorter man, a backward point cover fielder, and I know, a bit of a leggish pitched ball. Maybe Craig didn't cash in as much as...
And a very vacant leg side area behind square. this time, get something on it. But just the one run there for Team South Africa, and gives Naveed Serai some work to do with that injured shoulder.
Okay, now interesting. Just going to look at the score sheet. I thought I saw Naveed open the bowling.
Yeah.
I thought I saw that, but then
You
the
only bowled
second,
four bowls.
And now I'm looking at the score sheet. It makes sense, but almost the way here.
Yeah, the gazebo is being taken by a gust of wind, and Constantia nearly knocked off all the equipment.
So okay, then Naveed, of course, that was, I did see that. So my eyes didn't deceive me.
Yeah,
in that
Mohammed
sense.
Shafiq took over from
Yeah.
Naveed Serai.
And then of course he didn't bowl badly, 1 for 21.
Yeah.
And here we have now, funny enough, after a first over of medium pace from Rayan, he's turning now to his, what I'm saying is orthodox, or his standard bowling action as leg break bowler. It's a little bit short, and he's pushing it in, and that ball being played down to shorter man, and they go through for the single.
We've seen some good footwork from the UAE fielders. Well, not all of them keen to go down and just stopping the ball with their foot.
At this age,
It's brave.
At this age, yeah, very. And okay, as
You
we
rather
watch
want to
it,
strain your back or shatter your...
and this one is hit down here to the mid-on region, and Jean. Oh, and what a run!
Yeah.
Craig putting pressure on the fielder there, and they go through for 2 runs. Now, if I look at John, who bowled 3 overs for 25, we had Kuram 5 for 20, and here Rayan goes in. He's pushing it through a little bit quicker, but you can see the leg break action.
Yeah.
And this time around, nicely picked up by John Flory, and restricting the batters for 1. Assad bowling 4 overs for 35, and then Fraser 4 overs for 24. So here we go, in, nice pushed forward, and this one is played here down to the mid-off region, or long off. And
That one was bowled seam up.
yeah.
Good
So
pace.
although it's maybe hitting the deck seam up, you can see the wrist movement. Where he wants to make his stock ball, which is your ordinary leg break ball. This one is played into the mid-wicket region, and 1 run, and Kuram picks up and just jogs in. Is that the end of the over? And that is the end of the 36th over.
Yeah, and the 150 partnership up. Partnership now with 151. It's been a really fantastic partnership by these two, Craig Lyons, Brandon Nash. It's been a tough 36 overs for Brandon Nash, especially. He's been there from the very start. But 151 run partnership.
Yeah, as I say, we're gonna. I'll be surprised if nothing less than 250 on the board. Okay, just showing me. I think Brandon Nash needing some more gloves, and he's on 88 of 94 balls, 5 fours and 3 sixes.
Craig Lyons, 74, 85. These two capitalize and get to 3 figures.
Yeah.
They both deserve it.
And we'll look at some stats. There've been quite a few hundreds, and this one is played here to a fielder on 45. On the 45,
I see.
one of the 4 fielders in the circle.
Yeah, and one of 3 on the leg side.
4. We've got the
4.
square leg, mid wicket, and a long
That man
on as well.
the mid-wicket boundary, blending in with some of the supporters.
Yeah.
And it's been good to see Some fans come
Oh,
out.
there's a misfield, and okay, Brandon. Sometimes not a good thing to field on a misfield.
No.
And you touched just on something that I was just checking with some of the home folk, the players in particular, the support of the South Africans at South Africa's games. And here another one, a little bit. Oh, this is
Risky. Gets away with it.
nicely stopped and fielded there by Kuram.
Yeah, unfortunately, just the one stump to throw at. But that's a good stamina show by Brandon Nash. Keep on going, keep on fighting. Less than 10 overs left.
As Kuram come in. Oh, okay. Maybe the slowness of the wicket. Because I think Craig was through the shot and the ball going in a mid wicket where he was more aiming the square leg boundary. Now we're coming towards the end of the 37th over, which means there are 8 overs left. Now let us just have a look who's the captain going to turn to. Kuram, this is his 6th over as he comes in here and played down into the cover region where VJ Mary will field that one and they go through for another single, and that's 2 more balls left. So you will have 3 overs left. Florrie a little bit expensive, so I don't think. Nice shout. And Craig doing the fielding for the UAE team while he's at it as well. But you're looking at 3 overs for Kuram. Shafiq, okay, he's done. Imran Sayed, he's done. Assad, and then Rayhan. So he's got to get 8 overs out of his allotted overs, allotted bowlers. So it's going to be interesting who's he going to turn to. So not Shafiq, not Imran. He's got 3 overs still to come from Kuram Khan, and then Rayhan as well. He's going to go there. So if I look at that, 3, he's going to be a bowler short somewhere along the line, and he's got to make it. So that's going to be an interesting. Funny enough, he hasn't used his bowling substitution. Niru has been quite economical. He's been quite economical, and I must say, it's the type of bowler he is, and you've got 2 set batters in. It's a high risk.
Yeah.
Now I'm not sure. They're just Rafi checking with the umpires, where they remind you, hey, at this point, is your bowler out in the field or is your batter in the field that's going to bat, type of thing. Because, and yeah, although his bowling seam up, and although you're saying you can see his bowling seam up, I'm just seeing more of the leg break action in his arm.
Wrist movement in the last second.
Yeah. But it's a bit short of a length and he's pushing it through. I would say, looking at the wicket this morning as Rayhan, I just see a bit of field, just changing a bit of the field by the captain. And Rayhan goes in for the second ball of his over, but pushing it down leg. At the stage of the game, you've got only 1 wicket down. You really don't want to give away any extras. A wide,
and also you don't want to be hitting that length on leg side with only one man at the backward square leggish doing the fielding now on the square leg boundary.
yeah.
So UAE just starting to slip in their discipline. They started really well after 2 very expensive overs first up, pulled it back nicely. That Mohammed Shafiq.
And this one is pulled down to the backward square region of 1 bounce 4.
Exactly, just been saying.
Problem, particularly with Rayhan being a bit of a leg break action bowler, and he's throwing it short. As a leg break bowler, you want the batsman to come onto the front foot. You got two fielders doing duty, and you got someone covering. The one nice thing, and we'll come back to it on Monday as Rayan goes in. Oh, okay, nice floater, I would say, because it dipped nicely, could easily be deceived, and this one is played down in the long mid on position. Now that's what you want. More foolish, let him play you straight down the field. Instead of short, then you can actually pick your position where you want to play, and Rayan goes in for his 5th ball of the over. Again, a bit quicker and a little bit short, and pushed in the midwick and putting pressure on the fielders. Well done. You can just hear the support from the South Africans.
Yeah, and that great running brings up the 200. It's
Yeah,
201 for
205.
one. Fantastic stuff. With one ball still to go in the 38th over, and also quite amazing, this partnership now with 167, and away from a century.
Okay, although a nice take there and play. First of all, you got to look at the South African batters' fitness. They're pushing still for 2, pushing hard, making sure they rotate the strike and getting the runs on the board. It will be interesting to see how the the UAE goes about chasing down the 200 and odd nets on the board. But yeah, you've got Craig Lyons and Brandon Nash. Really, I think you're going to still see some hard eating. You've got Puram only, and I mean that's the one bowler that they maybe just need to see out and rotate the strike, and the bowler on the other end, and then there's going to be 1 or 2 overs, and the captain is now really going to think about what do I do here, who do I give the ball to. To try and restrict.
Yeah, so we've got 7 overs left here. This over 50 Cricket World Cup match. It's the final day of pool matches. South Africa against the UAE. South Africa on a 201 for 1. Karim Khan to Craig Lyons. This way works this one straight to the man in the cover region. Good running, great fitness and stamina shown by these two South African batters. Brandon Nash been there from the start. And Lions been there for basically the entire innings.
Yeah, and Nash, and you can actually see they're pushing quite hard, and he's on 96, and oh damn, okay, close one, close
Caught
one.
you by surprise. Great throw, great pickup from the fielder, and easy take there from
Nice
the
take
keeper.
from Rufi, the wicket keeper. So good cricket all round.
Yeah, and great
Good
running,
cricket, yeah.
especially great too.
So that moves Brandon on to 98. That's
Yeah, and I'm sure if he gets his 2 runs, it's a respectable crowd that's built up of South African supporters. They're going to make their presence known.
okay. Let's go have a look at some stats quickly while Kurum comes in, and this one's played in the mid-wicket area, and it looks like Assad fields the ball there. Now, coincidental, let's have a look. Murray Goodwin, 2 centuries. Andrew from New Zealand, 1. David from England, 1. Richard from England, 1. Steve Chapman from England, 1. Oh, okay, the English are featuring. I'm just trying to see South Africa. I'm sure there's someone that scored.
Oh, unfortunately,
we bowled him.
good
Unfortunate.
length, and that one seemed to move away from the right-handed Nash, and the South African opener unfortunately has to depart 2 runs short of what would have been a well-deserved century. Top batting from the South African opener, Brandon Nash. He has to make his way back. 98 with 104 deliveries. A lot of respect shown by the UAE fielders, all congratulating the man. And a nice little standing ovation from the South African supporters as Nash makes his way off. A fantastic innings and a really gritty performance. Stamina, fitness levels, unbelievable innings and fantastic to witness. Top job, Mr. Brandon Nash. So now coming out to the middle, Morne Silje, man with the number 37 on his back. I'm sure he'll have free range to free his arms from the very start. But the UAE, former UAE international Karim Khan gets the breakthrough for his captain.
Maybe if we can have a look at the replay. That ball seemed to have kept a little bit low.
Yeah.
All along, I've seen enough bounce in the wicket. Not too familiar. You being a club man, you don't know if you know what the Claremont Cricket Club wicket does, but there's been nice bounce all along throughout the morning, throughout the day. And that's why the batters, South African batters, have been comfortable playing through the line, hitting. I didn't actually see them leaving anything to go through to the wicket keeper, but things were looking quite good. If any must be a aviator, that was maybe it. But yeah, another ball in, and this one is pushed into the cover area, just outside the 30 meter or 30 yards on that particular one. That brings Craig Lyons back up to strike.
Yeah, the man on 82 off 91. All eyes on him. Can he get over the wall, over the century mark? Plays it fine, beats the wicketkeeper, and will roll away for 4 runs. Great shots, and Craig Lyons keeps this one going. It's well-deserved runs, fantastic innings, and a great comeback after his duck against England last week in their last run outs.
Let's just go have a look at some stats for the South African batters. Brandon, I'm trying to see what's it showing us here. Maybe we'll just go back there, most runs. But I'm sure now the batters would want to really kick on. We're looking at the projecting score of 211, but 238. I can see that being way above the 250 mark. You can see that Craig is in the mood for turning it on a little bit. And let's have a look at Silje's.
Yeah, just the 2 wickets down. 2 wickets down. And 6 overs remaining. 209 for 2. I'm sure this man, especially Morne Silje, he's been given the license to go. What can he do against the paceman? Nice drive down the ground. Will only be 1. Serai will cut that one off. Fielding at long off boundary. Yeah, and nicely spread out field, long on, long off. And on the cover boundary, or rather mid wicket boundary. Backwards square leg, and also a sweeper in place in the circle on the leg side. Just a man at square leg, extra cover, point, and a man in the gully region. Takes a swat, nice shots, nice crack off the bat, but the sweeper will cut that one off. Just 1 run. Now up to 87. Apologies, Craig Lyons up to 87. Off the edge, that one will run away for 4. Fortunate boundary for Morne Silje and for South Africa. Takes the score up to 215 for 2. With 2 balls still to go in this, the 40th over.
Rayan, maybe till that point in time it was a good over, not giving any fours or boundary ball. And this one hit a little bit upish, and just making sure John here on the long on fence, restricting them to one, and the score moves on to 216 for 2. Just again, what we're looking at here, we got Craig on strike, Ryan in, again a little bit quick and pushing it to the square leg, straight to the fielder, and they go through for the single. That's it over 5 overs, and of that 5 overs, of the 5 overs you got Kuram to bowl 2, so he needs to look what's he going to do. So most likely I indicated to one of the other bowlers, or are they just changing fielding? He didn't use Niru as a bowler, which was in the team as the bowling change.
Faisal Maqsood makes his way back onto the field, strolling over to the offside. I'm sure he's probably going to take up a pointish position. So the 5 men out, sweeper, mid on, middle, long on, long off. Man and cow, and deep square leg. It's one man. Short fine leggish position. Gully points, and a man in the covers in the circle. So nice starts there.
Just looking at Craig, yes, a bit short of a length, playing him from the back foot. Again, pushing it from, if they push hard, they could, but of course the batter's turning it down, taking just the one single.
So Karim Khan now busy with his 8th over, figures on 1 for 34 so far. With an economy of just under 5. It's been good. Morne still here. We're looking to get the former UAE international away to the leg side, into the pads. No run, more dots.
Yeah, interesting. He's attacking the leg stump, and he's darting it in. He's not floating it or anything like that. Because if you just look at the previous 2 balls going in that 45 region.
On this one going straight up into the air, might fall safe. It does.
Safe.
In the middle between a man fielding an extra cover, running back, and long off, running in. So it's 2 run to South Africa's cause. Takes still years, score up to 9. And the partnership 16. Oh, almost loses his balance.
Nice
Try to
bouncing.
go out that one. And at the end of the 41st over, it's 220 for 2.
You know, interesting with that shot, first of all. And I don't know what's the ploy with the fielding when you fielding on the side where the wind's coming from. Of course, that one was it quite hard and high, but the ball went only halfway to the boundary. So maybe the UAE not missing the trick there with, if you're hitting in the against the wind, the ball's going nowhere slowly. So that is the one aspect. Maybe the field is too deep on the boundary instead of coming in halfway and picking up. But okay, we see here he's continuing with Rayan. He's going back to a little bit of a longer runner. not that he's bowled any leggies to go by when he was bowling from a shorter run-up. So we could be pushing it still through. Maybe the batter's getting it a little bit, not getting it off or in the areas that they want to. So his action is a bit deceiving. So let's have a look here coming into Craig Lyons.
Coming around the wickets. The gazebo here, the wind is gusting every so often. Pressure on the ropes. Arian to Moornesel, yeah. Oh, and he bowls him, hits his off stump. It was a good length, it was there to hit in the slots. Just misses it completely. And Rayan Khan gets his first. So to South Africa now 3 down. It's 221 for 3.
Yeah, interesting. They're sending in Alan Dawson ahead of Mario. Mario will most likely be the nice typical rotator,
Conservative.
But I think Alan Dawson, who was more selected when he played for the Proteas for his bowling. But I've seen Alan at the IPTs when it happened in Johannesburg, when they selected the first over-50 team to participate in a quadrangular, and he scored a bit of runs there as well. So no surprise, Alan being pushed in.
Yeah, and because of the good work from Brandon Nash and the man still out there, Craig Lyons, who's on 90 of 98. The batter's coming in now, free range to come play some shots and put the UAE fielders and the team as a whole under pressure. Already the score 221 for 3. So quite a daunting target already with about 3.5 overs still to go. So now Rayan Khan to Alan Dawson. Length, nicely played straight past the bowler. Sirai could have taken on that arm. But Dawson off the mark.
And coincidentally, when I saw Rayan bowl the first game when the UAE played against England, he was one of the players that toured South Africa as we watch him go in, and nice and full. And this one again played down the ground for a single. Oh,
they're
and
turning for 2.
Brilliant. I think Craig actually noticed that what fielder is on the field, on the long off or doing duty in this region. So when just chatting and looking at the game, I said, oh, okay, I knew Rayan to be a seamer bowler. And then I was surprised when he bowled leggies. But here he goes in again, nice, full and straight, and the double. So he's quite a skillful player to come in and bowl seam up and then turn into a leggy. And yes, he's also a guy that can hit the ball when it comes to batting.
Nice shots, pierces the gap in the covers, some work for the sweeper, just the one, which means that Craig Lyons will keep strike going into over number 43. That's 225 for 3, and Craig Lyons score up to 93.
It's is that 42 or 43 overs?
It's 42 done, going into the 43rd.
And this is where the danger comes in now. He's going to bowl Kuram Khan the 9th over. So he's going to bowl his 9th over now. And
bowling with the wind, tempting the South African batters to hit into a wind that's gusting from the southwesterly direction. Now Karim Khan to Craig Lyons, making sure he's got his field right. Can he beat him with a spin? And unfortunately, the captain, Fuller, can't take that ball cleanly. It had quite a bit of bounce. It was tough.
Well, I don't know if there was a nick to it, but maybe a stumping chance that went begging there for
Definitely. And it looked like Craig Lyons gave up on getting back. And now just takes a moment to compose himself. Has a little chat with Alan Dawson. And it's gone to Lyons. Giving himself some room. Cuts it down to the man fielding in the gully region. They get through for a simple single. And that's Craig Lyons, 94 now. Four more balls to come in. This is the 43rd over.
Well, just listening to the opening ceremony as Kurum comes in and plays, giving himself some room to hit it into the point region, and nicely taken there by the wicket keeper. Alan Dawson is a local boy. Another one in. This one is played in the backward point region for a single. And the reason I'm saying local boy, and you can see the way Alan is hitting, he knows when the wind's coming from that side of the ground, not to go against the wind. But Kurum comes in, and this one is played nicely, backward point, backward square.
And that goes all the way for four. What a
And
shot.
that takes him to 98.
Yeah. The top shots. Just gets enough on it. Nice little sweep. And again, Karim Khan targeting that leg stump. But this time, Craig Lyons capitalizing, getting everything on it. And beats the man fielding on the deep square leg region quite comfortably in the end. And now Craig Lyons just 2 runs away from a century, facing up to the former international. And they take a run. Nicely played, good running from the 2 South Africans. That's the end of the 43rd. It's 232 for 3.
Keep going, buddy, keep going.
And Craig Lyons keeps strike on 99.
Okay, we have Ryan Khan who's going to bowl the 41st over. It's going to be interesting to see who the captain is going to take to bowl his last over of the innings. And it's Craig on 99 facing up to Ryan. And interesting, when he bowls seams up or with a longer run up, he's coming around the wicket. And there he goes.
They get the run. Craig Lyons moves on to 100. It's South Africa's first 100 of this competition. And what an unbelievable turnaround in fortunes for Craig Lyons. Went out for a 6-ball duck in South Africa's last run out against England. Now converts 100 of 106 deliveries. What an innings played by this young man.
Young man, I'm sure he really want to hear that more often. Young man. But yeah, well batted, Craig.
Around to Alan Dawson. Nice and full. There's it straight. They're turning. Good running. They're going to get to.
Good running. Excellent, boys. Excellent.
Really putting pressure on the fielder there.
Yeah, and for Craig Lyons to keep running like that after getting to century, that's top work. Nicely bowled.
Unlucky, Dos.
In the block hole.
Unlucky, buddy. Unlucky.
And great take there from the captain, Saeed Rafula. This time, pitch back, straight up into the air. Good effort there from the field at point. But the dive in vain in the end. Ball falls well short. And Alan Dawson gets through for a single.
I think more importantly getting Craig on strike, because
Yeah.
he is middling the ball, and we have 2 balls. Let's see what he's going to do with these 2 balls.
Oh, nicely played. Gives the man some work to do. He's not going to get there. It's 4 runs. And it's been a great innings from Craig Lyons, especially playing that shot, giving himself some room, just swiping at it.
Yes, his 100 coming up in 106 balls, and in that 11 fours, Ryan goes in, and this one is played down to the long off boundary, and they're already, I think,
Takes on the bad shoulder of Sarai. And at the end of the day, 2 comfortable runs. While they still put Sarai on the boundary, they keep him here. Can't get the ball in properly. They keep him on the ropes.
Naveed is one of the better fielders in the team, but of course when you're taking on the arm, then that's where the problem, and I think Craig has picked up on that very, very quickly, and I think particularly in the last 15 overs he's been pushing. They've been pushing for the second, and here is the captain answering my question. Who's he going to turn to for that last over? And it seems he's turning to John. John, his previous 3 overs went for 25 at 8.3. Rayhan, of course, just completed his 6th over. The others is Assad, that's been going for 8.8, and then Faisal for 6. 24 runs in 4 overs. So I think irrespective of who the next ball is going to be, the batters are going to go after after the.
So 242 for 3. Last over in this South African innings. There's Alan Dawson on strike.
So they're still going with their traditional short third man and point and cover and a mid wicket in the circle, and then the cover sweeper with a long on and long off, a mid wicket and square leg on the boundary. Maybe John will find it a little bit more easier bowling now with the wind instead of against the wind, and let's have a look at this last over.
Full, too
Play.
wide, but
Adjust.
nicely played to the man in the cover. Fielding in the covers, get through for a single, which brings Craig Lyons back on strike.
Yeah, so maybe not a bad start to the over, but let's see what the next 5 balls bring to us.
So full room to cut, beats Man Gully and backward point. Ball's rolling. Will it beat the fielders? No, this outfield just too slow. Basically comes to standstill about a meter from the boundary.
And they went through for 3 runs. And this stage of his innings, Craig, I think fitness levels, he's quite a fit player.
But running on that last bit of fuel in his tank. He's going to have a nice break with a nice meal, and can probably spend some extra time on the sidelines while the super sub falls in. So 4 more balls to come. There's toss and flurry John.
Okay, now if we just have a look, the field is still staying the same. I'm not sure why the bowler called the sweeper in, square leg sweeper, and this one played across the line, getting outside or inside edge, and this one going to short third man. Again, some nice fancy footwork there, stopping the ball, going beyond the 30-yard circle, and another single. Now we have 3 balls.
Yeah. 3 more to come. And it's Hassan John to Craig Lyons. Nice ball in the block hole. Work to the man at extra cover. That's 1 more to South Africa's cause with 2 more balls to come. 248 for 3. Length off the edge, and fortunate runs for Alan Dawson and South Africa. That's running away for 4. Off the edge, beats the keeper standing up, and that's 250 runs up for South Africa. And this turning on to be a daunting target being set, and you called it 10 overs ago. You'd be surprised if they won't get over 250.
Yeah. So there's 1 ball to go. I mean, I'm just looking. Now you got a guy, fine third man, a backward third man, or backward point, and of course the guy on the cover region boundary.
Tries to scoop it, gets it, and that's 4 more runs for South Africa. What a way!
That is really classy batting there, and
modern cricket showed from the veteran. Yeah, love to see it.
A nice pedal down to fine leg, playing, going across the wicket, backing the off stump, the offside, and bring a 4 and 254. Is it 255?
So what a way to end an innings. 2 boundaries, 1 fortunate and 1 beautifully scooped. Brings an end to South Africa's innings. 256 for 3, and a good start for South Africa. They got out of the blocks flying, 20 off the first 2, and then UAE pulled it back. Some really classy and disciplined bowling from Faisal, or rather Mohammed Shafiq, and Saeed Kazmi. Stumped their scoring for some time, but fantastic work.
And
from
some nice round of applause there for Craig for a superb innings, 100 not out.
So we're saying fantastic work by Brandon Nash, Craig Lyons, a fantastic 163 odd partnership from the 2. Unfortunately, Brandon Nash falling 2 runs short from his century, but Craig Lyons going on to convert his century. So top job from Team South Africa with the bats. It's going to be a daunting task for the UAE. We'll be back with the next 45 in a bit. Equation simple. If UAE want to win this match, they need to get to 257. Fantastic innings from South Africa. Started a bit slow, but picked up at the back end of the innings thanks to Craig Lyons and Brandon Nash. With a spectacular partnership around the second wicket. And now a daunting task for the UAE. It is Saeed Kamzi taking strike first up. Now here Naveed Serra, his batting partner, and it's going to be Alan Dawson to take the new ball first up, coming from the far end. We saw nice and tight bowling first up from the UAE, their veterans. Really using the swing and the conditions, the windy conditions in Constantia this afternoon to move the ball around. Now just looking at field placement, 2 slips in for Alan Dawson. He's got a backward point. Man in the covers. Mid off, mid on. Man at mid wickets. Fine leg and third man on the boundary. So Alan Dawson to start from the far end. Oh, good pace. Nice and straight, good line. And nicely played there by Saeed Kamzi. Well, that's good pace from Alan Dawson first up. Still yet to get into a rhythm. Takes a bit for the vets to find that rhythm. Nice length once again, nice and straight. And again, nothing Kamzi can do with that. So Dawson hitting his length for the first 2 balls. Dawson to Kamzi again. Oh, nice length, hits the pad. And then the slip called in, we're interested. Alan Dawson was not. Turns around, walks straight back to his marker. And some work for Saeed. It's going to be a tough afternoon with these South African bowlers. Dawson to finish. Oh, get some bat on that, just past the man at second slip. And that's the UAE off the mark. Apologies. One more to come in the first over. Promising signs for South Africa. Good starts from Alan Dawson. Oh, that ball stays low, and from my angle, seems just missed that off stump. It's a good start from Alan Dawson first up. Just the 1 run off his opening up, but over. And some ways to go. So while we wait for the fielders to take their place, just a quick look at what's happening. The other over 50 games, Zimbabwe got to 220 for 8, and they allotted 45 overs against Australia. Australia on 12 without the loss of a wicket in their third over. The USA chasing 115 against Sri Lanka. They're on 55. Currently busy with the 10th over. That's without the loss of a wicket. New Zealand got to 289 for 9 against Canada. That innings just started. And then Zimbabwe lost their game against Pakistan already. Were bowled out for 67, with Pakistan chasing that down for a 10-wicket victory. Then Wales and England. Wales, they got to, were still busy batting, 116 for 4. And that in the 35th over. James Albani to start his spell from the near end. Still the 2 slips. Fine leg, third man on the boundary. And mid wickets. Mid on, mid off. Man in the covers and points. Oh, good start from Albani. Good pace. Nice bounce. One massive effort from the UAE. Really skillful bowlers South Africans have. Some straights, nicely worked. Behind square on the offside. Some work for the man on the third man boundary. To give himself some space. Albani closes him up. Can't get that one away. I'm of course joined for a few overs by Faisal Sali. So Albani resumes. Nice smack straight. But easy work for the man at mid-off.
Yes, yeah, and I must say, interesting flow here by the UAE. Imran Sayed, he's been opening the batting with Rafi, the captain, the wicket keeper, as we watch Albani going in here.
I'll get some better. Just fall short. Was that Louis Kuhn at point?
And yeah, interesting flow here. And
Brandon Nash apology at backward point.
And Rafi is short of runs. He is the so-called top batter, and he's been opening.
Ooh, wide
and swinging.
And that's the end of the second. Just two runs on the board by the UAE.
So yeah, Naveed, and he was the opening bowler that bowled 4 balls, and of course thereafter injured himself, but he doesn't look like a batter that injured his shoulder.
And good to see actually the supporters to the left of us. Just had them on camera. Got some banners and and everything going. So big yes, yeah, at Claremont Cricket Club, and good to see the South African supporters coming out, show some love for their team.
Yeah, I think an Albani bowling quite well off a 3-wicket haul against England. But Dawson coming in just short of a length, and Imran pushes it just toward the point region.
Yeah, James Albani 4 for 37 in 9 against England. That previous game, unfortunate loss, first loss of the competition for the hosts, just falling short by 3 wickets. Posted 201 for 5, England getting that with 1 over to spare. So Dawson, he resumes bowling to Kamsi.
Yeah, this is an important game for South Africa, as that one is played down to the third man region, and Grant Janssen fielding in and getting it in to Mario, the wicket keeper, who's doing wicket keeper duties. I'm just trying to see if the Centurion is on the field or is he still taking a shower. Who's that in the cover region? I think that is Craig Lyons in the cover region. And that one beating the outside edge of Naweed. And immediately Alan Dawson making some changes, moving his mid-wicket fielder a little bit square, or his square leg fielder a little bit straighter.
Yeah, now the man coming around.
Oh, he's actually going into the slip region.
With Morne still here. Yeah. And it's Gully. Fly Gully. Oh, and he bowls him, knocks him over. Does Alan Dawson, Naveed Serra, tries to give himself some room to work it onto the offside. And he hits that off stump. That's the first man down. UAE 3 for 1 after 2.5 overs.
Well, exactly what, not following the rule and what was spoken about in the change room on the way they should approach your first 15 overs or your first couple of overs. But I think I just touched on it. Naveed being brought up in to open the batting, and Rafi, the captain who was opening, is moving in at number 3.
Yeah.
So this is going to be, and I must say Imran Sayed has been sort of stable in that opening with him, and then you have Kuram coming in. VJ also a nice little batter that works it around on the front foot, solid. But yeah, the last thing you want is to lose quick wickets and then you're playing catch-up cricket. It's not an easy target for any team.
No, not at all. So Sayed Rafila moved himself down the order 1 spot and finds himself in the middle early on in any case. So now it is the captain facing up to Alan Dawson. Oh, that's good. Good bowling, good length, nice and full, nice and straight. Just beats that outside edge. So good rhythm. And Dawson finds himself in.
The interesting thing is with the South African field placing, they're attacking. They know they got the runs on the board. If you look at, and as Alan comes in,
Nice length once again. It's fishes at that window's refueler. Gets nothing on it. So that's 3 overs done. 3 for 1. It's still a long way to go for the UAE. South Africa got to 256 for 3 in their allotted 45 overs. So a long way to go for the UAE, and that's how they have to approach this one. There's a lot of runs on the board, but there's a lot of overs to play. It's 45 overs in total.
it doesn't mean it's we're coming to the what close of business, end of the round robin, and where you're going to play your cross section. You as Albani goes in, and you can actually see some nice movement away going into the slip region. I think it's important for Imran just to get used to the pace of the wicket. South African bowling attack is a different bowling attack to all the other teams in their group. As Albani gets ready to bowl the next delivery.
Just defends as the UAE opener. Yeah, there's some good talent in the South African team. They've shown their talent with the bat here this morning, and now their bowling attack on full display. Albani to Kazmi. It's good length, just fishes that one again. That's through to the wicket keeper, Mario Solomons.
The point I wanted to make earlier, and you've been commentating, you can check with all the other bowling attacks. The bowlers run in and want to stop. No follow through. The South African bowlers, as James come in, soft hands into mid-wicket, short mid-wicket region, and they go through for a single. So you can see they got a step in. There's an extra step in their step, following through nicely. Both James and Alan Dawson running through nicely. The ball's hitting the wicket-keeper's gloves nicely. So that's why you can afford to have two slips as James go in for the next ball.
Good pace. That one goes straight up into the air, but over the head of the wicket-keeper. And that one should run away. Does he get cut off? Ah.
Okay,
Good work. Good work from the fielder. Good pace shown by what was
I
that?
think that
Bruce
could
Wilson.
be Louis.
What was that, Louis?
Or it could be Brad. Is that even Brad White? Is he in the starting now? It could be. But yeah, Brad White, first class umpire, playing in the over-50s. And James go in for the next ball.
Oh, good ball. Nice full at the toes of the captain, Rafula. Works it to the backward square leg boundary. So 2 more runs. 1 more run to UAE's cause. They're up to 7 for 1 after 4 overs. But a lot more experience in this South African team. A lot more international experience and provincial experience scattered through the South African team in comparison with the UAE side.
And so you have Brad, I think he's at first slip, and Louis at second slip.
Yeah, Brad White. So in comes Dawson to the captain. Works it to the man at backward point.
Now, just
Well,
looking
Brad
at
Nash, no run.
that particular ball, keeping a little bit low, that was maybe the ball that got,
Brad Nash.
was it Nash out as well? You know, that little area. But other than that, a perfect wicket for any batsman.
So Louis couldn't first up, I think. And the slot picked up by the captain. Just hits it over the head of the fielder at mid-on. It doesn't go all the way. This outfield, at Claremont Cricket Club, extremely slow. So almost like a 12th fielder. So 2 more runs to UAE's cause. It's 9 for 1 as Alan Dawson continues on the full. Hits the pad, working to the leg side. Should be a comfortable 2, but Saeed Kazmi says no. So the UAE in double figures, 10 for 1. Halfway through the 5th over. Saeed Kazmi taking strike from a Protea. Nice length, also staying quite low.
But here once again, Mario standing back, the bowlers you got hitting the deck hard. I'm sure if you remember all the other games, all the other countries, 1, 2, 3, the wicket keeper is up because the ball's not carrying through. But Alan comes in.
Oh, beat to the outside edge once again for good length.
Sayed, Imran Sayed being a little bit late on the shot there as well. But I think if you look at all the batters, well, the only 3 that came in, the South African bowlers bowling nice outside the off stump, and that's why you have your catches ready for that.
This time, Saeed Kazmi gets some bats on it, and that ends over number 5. It is 10 for 1. Still quite a long way to go for the UAE. They need 247 runs off the next 40 overs.
Unfortunately for the UAE, no, you're not going to get a to-go bowler in this bowling attack. As soon as you think, oh, I've seen of the fast bowlers or the opening bowlers, then you have a Grant coming at you. Then you get a Clive Exton coming at you. And then even a Brad White. who's got quite a few first-class matches under his belt as well. So it's not going to get any easier for the UAE chasing that total.
And already they need to be scoring at 6.12. They don't want that run rate to get away from them. As Albani hits another nice length, gets some great movement away, and wicketkeeper Mario Solomons takes that one, almost that first slip. So some nice late movement does James Albani. Now to the captain. Works that one onto the leg side. Vacant area, and that one should run away for 4. Nice shot there from Captain Sayed Rafula.
I think that would be a nice confident booster for him himself. He has been a little bit short of runs and form in this World Cup, and one of the players, not just him but a whole lot of players, are looking to perform on the stage at the Over-50 World Cup. So I think that just settle his nerves a little bit, getting runs under his belt.
Yeah, if there's any place to perform, it's right here in a World Cup. Bainey to the captain. This one goes straight up into the air. Some work for Silya. The ball chopped safe in the swirling wind, and the captain off the hook this time around. Fortunately, Morne Silya just couldn't get underneath that one. That one went quite high in the air, but just the one for the UAE this time around. Benny 2 comes in again, beats the outside edge. He's caught fishing for that one again, trying to pierce that gap in the cover region.
Yeah, just a little bit surprised, and maybe being now 6 overs there, Imran Sayed should know it's a little bit more different as James come in, plays nice on the front foot into the covers and no run. Maybe feel confidence if you short of runs, you're playing in front of South Africa home crowd. It is a crowd here at Claremont Cricket Club. It's not going to be easy for you. You got additional pressure as James run in for the next ball.
And he hits the off stump. Plays across the line, does Saeed Kamzi. Just tries to work it, go down on his knee, work it down the leg side, but unfortunately misses everything, but it hits the furniture and he loses his off stump.
And that is exactly what I was saying. You're coming in front of a home crowd. The first ball, you add a swung at it. The second ball in the middle of the bat, it gives you as a better confidence. And then you undo all the good work with trying to play bowlers that are hitting areas across the line. And personally, I think he was just done with pace there. James and Alan Dawson is running in hard and hitting areas very nicely.
Yeah, you don't want to play across the line this early on in the innings with 242 runs still to get. First up, just trying to get through the new ball. Like, the pace will not stop against the South African side. The bowling talent won't stop coming. But this opening batter, Sayed, has me failing in his job up front. So now it is Captain Sayed Rafula, who is joined by Vijay Mehra. And now
Vijay came in a little bit late in the England game. The Pakistan game was rained out, and of course when they played against Welsh, he also dropped in the order, and he had both times when he went to the wicket. But when commentating with Wayne the other day, it was, putting the commentator's curse on the batters. But Vijay is a batsman that gets nicely in line. He's organised. He's not going to be like you could see with Rafi, maybe having go at it and things like that. But
Yes.
Alan is going to continue, and he's got just the one fielder on the circle, and that one's punched into the covers. fielding at that is lefty on the normal, your orthodox mid-on position, and the second fielder on the leg side is James on the fine leg position. The rest of the fielders are on the offside as Alan comes in, and this one swung down to point region. Will it make the boundary? Morne is giving chase. Nah, Morne pulls it in, and the batters goes through for 3 runs.
And that's Brandon Nash. Good chase there by the man.
Oh, is it Nash? Oh, Morne is in gully. Okay.
So just trying to tempt the UAE batters to continue to play across the line, target this vacant leg side. Everybody basically on the offside, inside the circle. The 2 men out on the boundary, third man fine leg, it's a bit square.
It's going to be a matter of time. I mean, the South Africans being shrewd cricketers, you're going to see James come into the circle because you're allowed to outside the circle, and he's going to put a guy just backward of point.
Dawson to the new man, Vijay Mehra. Nice leg. Good bounce. And great take by Mario Solomons with the gloves.
So they caught a bit on the front foot. He's already stepping to go onto the front foot, and Alan just throwing that short of a length, and that one, I mean, nothing nicer for any bowler, for wicketkeeper to take where Mario took the ball.
Oh, again, good bounce. Some bats on it, and good stop by Morne Solskjaer, fielding at catching gully position. Nice and close. So the South African field is really close to the batters on the offside. And the pressure on Dawson. It's Mehra. Good ball once again. Just beats that outside edge. Can feel it coming. You can.
And I think after that ball that went quite nice height, the previous ball, if you look at Nash has moved more to a backward point position. Maybe Craig mentioned, has watched this one, and that ball goes in that region and they scamper through for a single. Craig, knowing both these players, when they toured the South Africa last year, would have said, or maybe whisper in the captain's ear, do this type of fielding for that type of batter. But I think Rafi is going to be the batter that let his arms go, and but mark my words, they're going to set him up. They're going to say, oh, this is how you play your cricket, let's give a guy there. I just want to say, am I seeing something, or is it just Clive Extian's hat that blew off his head?
Yeah, indeed. So with 7 overs in, it's 19 for 2. UAE in some trouble, and it is James Albani to continue from this the nearer end, where we're situated just left of the side screen you're viewing this from. And hearty good afternoon from myself, Sian Sims, and the Pitch Vision team, Labiba, Marie, Zaidian, and of course Faisal Sali joining me on commentary for a bit. On the same type of field. Just one extra man on the leg side, and that's Morne Solskjaer at mid wickets. So we've got third man on the boundary. Fine leg who's
Swung at you.
Oh, hits the pad, appeal. It's Vijay Mehra who has to make his way off.
I think if we maybe have a look at the replay, I think the ball bounced as the previous balls did. I think it was not a bad call, but I'm sure we can have a look at that one.
Yeah, I don't think it got the same type of bounce or what the UAE need here. But South Africa's veterans. But so far, off Albany to the new man. Short. Tries to swipe at it, and that's his one for the over.
Yeah, the batter in Kuram Khan is the one that we sort of always talk about in the UAE team. Ex-international player, the oldest player to score a century, and here we have James going into Kuram.
Oh, good ball, good length. And that wasn't too long ago. It was only 8 years ago.
Okay, Kuram.
Again, good length. He gets some edge on it. And that's the end of the UAE International. He is gone for a duck.
You know, commentators curse, unlike Kuram shot, then he plays a nice compacted leave, and then the next one he just swings wild at it, you know. And then you have your next ex-international player loosening up here at mid-on, because he was a left-hand batsman, and you have 16 loosening up. So already things are not Shafiq. He opened the bowling. Oh no, he was quick change. After 4 balls, he was a quick change bowler.
He assisted in opening the bowling, but the UAE are playing like there's only 5 overs left.
Exactly.
There's still such a long way to go, and a ball that should have been left alone runs to that scoreboard pressure.
Took touches there, and if he edged, he could go down to third man.
Oh, good ball. And that one almost sneaking through.
Picking up the ball.
And mix up in the middle.
Okay, and they're
Safe
trying
again.
a second run. No appeal for obstruction. Interesting story that I can share with you about Clive Eckstein. And if people don't know who Clive Eckstein is, he was one that saved South Africa against Sri Lanka when he batted, I don't know for how many balls, in Colombo. We can go look at that record as well. And around.
Oh, it's good length. Picked up
Oh, and
by Shafiq though.
And-
Almost hits a
oh.
dog. And 6 runs for the UAE.
now chirp him as well. Played one veterans game against him, and his trademark, although it's a couple of years later, his trademark, if we watch as he approached that jump, and so whoa, there's interesting. Okay,
Good running there from the UAE man. That was hit straight.
players, definitely in the Gauteng region, and I can mention the likes of Steve, players. Clive Eckstein, of course, I have one or two others, but as he comes,
Apparently not PG friendly.
no,
Oh, good shot, but
Oh.
straight to the man at extra cover. Still a long way to go. 223 runs still needed. That's scoring rates. Asking rate 6.5 required to the over. Nice and full. Nicely played. Beats Lions at cover. That ball will stop well short of the boundary ropes on this very slow outfield.
And I don't know if we had a shot yet at his grip, but where did the ball go to? It went to the covers where it was intended of going, and with such a grip, you know, I can't imagine myself hitting the ball in that direction, you know, with a cross arm grip. But he's been doing it for as long as what he's playing cricket, as Grant comes in.
Short and blocked.
And straight to the field, right back with point.
Back comes around a lot more, but it like I said, it feels wrong to watch, but it feels it's right. It's like drinking cool drink out of a plastic bag.
That's a good one. While Clive is getting ready for the next run up, for the next over, you know, one more story where we say we have a lot of kids around, and him being an ex-international player. Then we had also was Garnet Kruger, who played at our club for a while, and he was now in the Protea setup. And of course, when we said, and yeah, at the table we have Clive Eckstein and Garnet Kruger. And all the youngsters ran to Garnet Kruger. Nobody knew who Clive Eckstein was. So, yeah, it just shows 1 year out of cricket. You know how youngsters quickly forget about. You know, we can talk also. You know, coaches use certain players as role models, as fielders. As Clive get ready, and Rafi, who's on strike?
Asad Rizvi.
No, it's Rafi on strike. Oh, and
it is.
from the pad and leg by. Are we going to get a signal? No, the umpire is not signaling, so there's a run for Rafi. So when you, and I don't know, you being club cricket, and when you use certain players as fielding, if Chanti does this, and if Herschel does this, Herschel Gibbs, as the Clive get ready to bowl the next one. And the ball hits him on the thigh pad, a dot ball. And just to continue that story, you have, we can't use Jonty Rhodes as an example as a fielder. That flying run out, I don't know if you remember it, but anyway, in the 1992 World Cup, as Clive get ready to bowl the next one.
Nicely played into the
A little bit
backward
short.
square on the leg side. Some work for the man fielding at
And that's, is that Alan Dawson?
fielding at square leg, or on the square leg boundary. I want to give away my age, but I'm quite young.
Zoom into this guy.
I think Jonty Rhodes is a name that will never be forgotten. I used to, as a youngster, with a tennis ball, throw it onto the wall and then dive.
Okay, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Good.
Zian.
Sorry
for now.
All officials.
And a simple catch.
Is that 6 down or something?
Yeah. So, 34 for 6, and quite an easy catch. That's for Grant Janssen.
Maybe we bring him into some chat. Yeah. But yeah, I think what we're gonna do now, a legend that played quite a bit here. We're gonna bring. I think I'll let you do all the introducing. I hope. Do you have all the stats of this gentleman?
I don't have all the stats of Van.
But yeah, we're gonna leave.
Have
And I
him,
think
have him introduced. Come have a seat. I'm a youngster.
come sit over here.
I'm with my son.
Okay, never mind.
As long as it's treating.
No, it's fine. We're gonna bring you onto the radio. I'm gonna chat to you on telephone.
In the situation, South Africa in a very comfortable position on 38 for 6. There's 2 more balls to come in the 12th over, and it's what an honour and a privilege to welcome this legend on air, Mr. Graham Pollock. How are you, sir? You well?
I'm fine, and lovely to be a part of the tournament, and we've just had some lunch with Mike Proctor and Barry Richards, the ambassadors for Evergreen, and the discussions and all the back talk going back many years was absolutely fantastic.
And being here and watching some of the older guys, some former Proteas do their thing, it's good to watch.
Watch it. I think it's a lovely tournament, and the cricket is certainly a lot better than people anticipate for an over-50 tournament. Quality of players. I think South Africa probably have got the best side. They're winning today's game pretty easily, and they should qualify, I think, for the semis. And hopefully win the tournament on Monday.
And some of these guys, it's so good to see over 50s who keep on playing, doing their thing. It's a tough game to let go of.
It's tough. Yeah, there's a lot of good players playing for positions. They even have an over 60 tournament, so there are a lot of people making a contribution at this late stage.
Mr. Pollock, what's the chances of us seeing you putting on the South African kits and having a run out there?
I've done none of my days. I was at Groot Drakenstein, and they asked me how long ago was I there. I said I was at Groot Drakenstein 59 years ago. On the rest day of Sunday in 1964, England tour, Mike Smith tour, and we were playing a test in Cape Town. And Sunday was the rest day, and we went. It was 59 years ago.
59 years ago.
59 years.
Incredible. Mr. Pollock, it's so good to have you here.
Thank you, and pleasure, and enjoy the tournament.
Fantastic to
And
meet
you're doing
you.
a nice job. It's good to be able to follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Enjoy the rest of the day and the crickets. Like South African cricketing legend Graham Pollock joining me just for a short little stint. Nice to see him, and great to hear his thoughts. What a fantastic cricketer.
Yeah, okay. I think that was more exciting than what's happening on the field at the moment. And you know, when the IPT was happening in Johannesburg, himself, Kevin McKenzie, they all popped in just to come and see, which added to the just to the tournament and bringing that whole vibe. And as Grant, as I say, there's more exciting things happening off the field, and this one's hit into the ground, into the slip cordon.
Great to hear the name Mike Proctor as well. Some legends hanging around at the
But
German
Mike
Cricket Club
Proctor
today.
and Barry Richards and Umar Henry are the ambassadors of veterans cricket.
Yeah.
So you will see them, and coincidentally, all here at the South African game. I saw Umar Henry earlier as well. I had a chat to him at the welcoming ceremony. Brilliant ideas as this one's being bowled, and Assad playing it back and being picked up there with Craig Lyons. But the interesting thing that happened, and coincidentally, and I could be mistaken, but Graham Pollock is at one of the evergreen retirement villages, and they took him, or they went there, the players on their day off, as Grant comes in for another ball, nice and full, and there Assad with his cross hand hitting the ball towards the cover region, but landing on the mid-on position. And apparently they made a video of him just standing and blocking a ball, and wow, did that thing go viral. As far as Australia, I think he's got a daughter in Australia, and that went viral, and it just showed the interest of veterans cricket, and that happening as well, as Grant still comes in here with his tail up, and this one being pushed into the cover region, another dot ball, no run. So you know, it was first of all magnificent for guys like Graham Pollock pitching up at this IPTs. Then you had Kevin McKenzie. Oh, and coincidental, then you had Kenny Jackson. Now, if people don't remember Kenny Jackson, and when they selected a team, it was either between Kenny Jackson or Kevin McKenzie, who, coincidental, if people don't know and you go through lineage, then his son is the batting consultant for South Africa Proteas, Neil McKenzie, who's a Lions player, you know. So it is so interesting, and
You keep on dropping those Gauteng players.
no, but you know, it just them coming, and here you have ex-players that have come here to come and watch the game. Barry Richards, you know, for Barry Richards, and you have Mike Proctor in the hotel room, breakfast, and guys just sitting and talking to them is unbelievable. So the only reason why I'm bringing on the IPT, those names, that is what happened at an IPT, and I think it was the first time where all the provinces were present, and the players that are being selected, that are playing here today, that were there. So we I'm sure there'll be an IPT every year, every time when a team needs to be selected. It's just something I think Clive and the umpire helping Assad with some repair work to the helmet or just cutting something. But as Clive continue with his next over.
Yeah, this is third. Oh, nicely floated, good length.
And the over 40 IPT that will be happening around about May to select a South African team as Clive goes in again.
I went off the thigh. Not off the thigh pad.
I thought the batter got something to it, but
Yeah.
umpire's in a much better position.
Jayton Carvin, umpires this tournament, have been enjoying disagreeing with me.
And so the over 40 IPT that will be happening in Johannesburg again to select the over 40 Protea team as Clive goes in again. And we're going to come, although, you know, with Graham Pollock pitching up here and us just getting carried away with his presence here today, guys are looking forward to the over 40. And as Clive goes in again,
Oh, it takes a swipe at that. Will that pierce the gap? It does. So it's UAE coming through for 2 comfortable runs. Nicely played there.
and while we were all doing all this talking, we forgot to say Rian Khan is the new batter. Unless you didn't, I was all in all with Graham Pollock just come with how I'm just impressed. The guy keeping himself, his composure at his age, but and we can talk about other things about him as Clive Exton goes in again, and Rayan just gets half strike forward and play it into the cover region. We're talking about the IPT coming up. Now, when the over 50 IPT happened, there were only 6 provinces, teams that participated in it. And Clive goes in again. And Rayan hitting this one to the point position and no run. So you had with the over 50 when they selected the first team for the quadrangular that happened November later that year, Western Province, Boland Border, Eastern Province, Northerns, Titans, and a Gauteng team. And that's
Nicely played. Some work for James Albany at mid-off. And just beaten by the bounce and skidding through on the bounce. Through for 4 runs. That's a nice shot there from Round Khan. And that takes UAE score up to 46 or 47 for 6 after 14 overs played. So
okay,
nice little fight back from the UAE here. And that scoring rate still up in the mid 6.7 at this stage. Still a lot of work to do with not a lot of wickets in hand.
So you said 47. Okay, a sigh of relief from the UAE because the lowest score in the world in this World Cup is 45, made by Canada. So when they were playing India, the same sort of discussion when that was keeping the commentators going. Want to get away from the 45 mark, and then I think Namibia was in the running, but they scored a 50. So Canada is still holding that wooden bat. Are we calling it a wooden bat? We can't say the wooden spoon.
We can call it a wooden bat. All bats are wooden. Sorry. Let's keep it with spoon. Yeah, they've got the wooden spoon.
No, we say the plastic bat, the mini cricket bat.
Nicely
And that
played.
one goes for 4 runs. Huh? Is it 4?
Just stopped short from the rope. A good shot there from. Was
Rayan.
that the unorthodox batter? No, Rayan Khan.
Oh, was it 3 runs?
And that's 50
50
up
up.
for the UAE. Nice little fight, good comeback. But still a lot more to go. Still need 207 for 185 with just the 4 wickets still in hand. As Grant Janssen comes storming in from the far end. There's still 5 more balls to go, and this is the 15th over. Still the 2 slips in. Remain in the slip corded. Louis Kuhn, the captain, at second slip. Brad White next to him. He's left. Nicely played, picked up by Rian Khan over the man at extra cover, and that one racing away for 4. Top shots.
Yeah, knowing Rayan, he is an all-round batter. He is. I'm not surprised at the way he bats. Again, they're trying to find their feet in terms of making sure what is their correct batting order. You had Mohammad Shafiq opening the 1 week, and then he's in the middle order, and then he was in the lower order, and things like that happening. But and Grant comes in.
Very nice length, just dropped into the leg side. Keen to take a run, but not keen to take on the arm of Clive Extian.
You're talking about, now again we come back to Graham Pollock. Clive Extian was a youngster playing in the team with that mean machine, that Graham. And at that point in time, I'm sure if Barry Richards and Umar Henry and Mike Proctor picks up as Grant comes in, left arm over, ball hit into the covers, no run.
Mighty swipe, nice connection off the bat, nice sound.
And Graham Pollock was one of the batters in that era whose bat was the thickest out of the lot. So I don't know if you've seen when David Warner from Australia, and there was a famous picture of him and Barry Richards holding the bats as Grant comes in again. And
Tries to work it onto the leg side of the pad. I think that appeal.
But optimistic.
Yeah. And they get through for a leg bye. My name's Jan Sims. Good afternoon from the Pitch Vision team. If you just joined us, Labiba Marie Zadian and then Faisal Salih joining me for a few overs.
Yeah, no, the few overs become a little bit more big, just because Graham Pollock came into the.
Cannot stop this man. Cannot stop this man.
But I think there's a lot of preparation going ahead after this World Cup. All the provinces, as we just see.
Nicely played. Some good work from Craig Lyons in cover. Stops 3 runs there.
And that will be a drink spray.
Yeah.
So
nice little fight back from the UAE, 56 for 6 after 15 overs. It's been all South Africa's way, but some fight now shown with the bat by the UAE.
Just while they're doing all that, the one thing that we want to talk about, the Over-50s World Cup that will be happening, the IPTs. Also, there are like more teams involved compared to the 6 for the Over-50. You have Easterns coming into the fray. Trying to think but I know there are more teams participating in the Over-40 IPTs to select the Over-40. And again, when just chatting and you're going to say, oh, you're again name dropping with the Lions players. But ex-internationals, you have Alvaro Peterson, you have Garnet Kruger, and then provincials, Kevin Bennett, who's up in Joburg as well, Gareth Flask, who also played for Easterns. So names, and then just the weekend when the rain happened, but they said they're close to, you have Ashwell Prince coming in, Roger Telemarcus coming in. So a whole lot of ex-international players. They first need to play provincial cricket to be selected for. It's not just, oh, okay, we know you played for South Africa, put your name down. You got to go through the process. But different things for different provinces, and a lot. Of course, the Over-40 World Cup is happening in Pakistan. So I don't know if Pitch Vision's going to go there, but yeah, that's going to be the next big one.
And while the players are going to have a break, I'm going to have myself a break as well. Thank you, Faisal, for joining me, and we'll be back in a few minutes. And that's the drinks break done and dusted here at Claremont Cricket Club. And a lot of work for the UAE. And really not far to go for the Proteas, the South African over 50 side. I'll call them the over 50 Proteas. So they just need 4 more wickets to stroll to victory, while the UAE need another 201 runs for what I think I can call an unlikely victory here at Claremont Cricket Club in Constantia. If you just joined us, South Africans got to 256 thanks to some phenomenal batting from Brandon Nash and Craig Lyons, the two getting a 160 odd run partnership. Brandon Nash unfortunately falling just 2 runs short of his century. Craig Lyons managing to convert, coming off a duck against England to end unbeaten on 110 of 110 deliveries. So after that, it has all been South Africa's way, with them resuming on 56 for 6. It's Clive Extian. Oh, nice ball. And just defended. Does Asad Rizvi. He's of course out there with Rihan Khan. Both currently on 10. And the partnership with 18. So Clive Extian to Asad Rizvi. Coming through the umpire. Around the wickets, putting his left hand, hits the pads, appeals, but umpire Jayton Carver just gives a little shake of the head. Been good bowling from Clive Extian so far. He's gone for 19 so far, and this is 4th over. Gets some nice turn, good length at the wickets off Asad, who just works it onto the offside. Some work for Brandon Nash to do at backward point. Extian to Asad, floats it in down the leg side, tries to swipe at it, gets nothing on it, nor does the keeper. He gets some body on it, and they get through for 2 wides. So just a bit of a lull in play. South Africa had all the momentum, but now these 2 batters getting stuck in it. And just defends. Does Asad. So Louis Kun, he's in a catching position, short cover, just on this about 4-3 pitches from the playing deck. Nicely bowled. And also a man at extra cover, backward point. And a man in the gullies. Then on the boundary we have long on, long off, and a backward square leg, and a mid wicket inside the circle. Oof. Just about gets some bat on that, and that closes off over number 16. UAE on 58 for 6, and still quite some way to go. 199 runs to be exact. Just taking a look at some of the other matches currently going on. Zimbabwe playing Australia. Zimbabwe got to 220 for 8. And Australia currently on 41 without the loss of a wicket in their 7th over. Sri Lanka, they got to 114 bowled out in the 40th over. And the USA on 71 without the loss of a wicket in the 14th over. Then that Pakistan-Namibia game already done and dusted. Pakistan won by 10 wickets, chasing 68. Canada, they're chasing 290 that New Zealand got. They're on 72 for 6. England and Wales. Wales having a bat first, got to 161 for 8 and then 45. England currently on 27 for 1. Here the situation. UAE need to get 257 for victory. They're on 58 for 6. And need to be scoring at 6.86. Just an update as from that England-Wales game. England on 97 for 3. And needs 65 runs to win in 26 overs. So change of bowling for the South Africans. They've got Brad White coming from the far end and facing up to it Asad Rizvi. Nice full length ball, keeping a bit low. Asad up for the task, works it out to the man fielding at the third man boundary. Nice and full and wide there to hit, but fortunately Ryan Khan misses out, and a good take there by keeper Mario Solomons. A man has been solid behind the stumps this afternoon. Still got the one slip. It's Louis Kun, captain, on the full. Oh, great effort from Craig Lyons. A short cover fielding possession went through his hand, and that hit with some power. The Lions got some hand on it, that ball raced away to the boundary, but a top effort. Hit on the full, out of the middle of the bat, and you can tell that one hurt. He's still rubbing that hand. It looked like it would have came off the palm of Craig Lyons, and that was hit with some power. A sharp movement from the young man Craig Lyons as White resumes this one. This time around Khan just happy to defend to close out over number 17. It is 63 for 6, and a nice little partnership forming here for the UAE. This partnership between Ryan Khan and Asad Rizvi, now with 25. The wind's still relentless. It's Claremont Cricket Club, and it will be Clive Extian who will resume from this the near end. Coming to you from our broadcast side. Now some fine tuning to the field. James Albany building at long off. Wants to come a little bit more straight. Literally took 2 steps to his right. Oh, and that off the bat beats the keeper Mario Solomons. But the slow outfield stopped the ball well short of the boundary, but good running from the UAE batters. They get 2. Now the UAE batters keep on fighting. Extend to Khan. Nice floated delivery, worked into the leg side. No run. Enough protection on that side. They have both Brandon Nash and Grandi Janssen inside. Apologies, Brad White, not Brandon Nash. Oh, nicely fall and played straight past Clive Extian. Some work for James Albany, but just the 1 run. Extian Nice fall, just defended does Rian Khan. Extend to Khan. Swipes at it, some work for Albani. That's a long off. And easy stuff in the end, just the one run. Extend to Assad to finish the over. Had some caught into mines, good length, and some nice sharp turn back into the right-hander. And that's the end of the 18th over at 67 for 6. Like I mentioned, just the lull in play. These two UAE batters getting stuck out there in the middle. And Louis Kun will be searching for that 7th wicket. Wrap things up in style work on that net run rate, which is extremely important because they sit second in Group B. They're level on points with England, with England boasting a better net run rate. So a nice big win here will take them to the peak of the table. And there's Brad White. Full delivery. And a good shot for nothing. England, of course, on route to quite a big win against Wales. England are chasing 162. They're 102 for 3 after 21 overs. So it should be a stroll for them, like it is a stroll for South Africa. They need to get this wrapped up quickly. This time played, hit straight to cover, and he puts it down. What a big moment in this game. Not in doubt of a South African victory here this afternoon. It's just how and when. And that one goes to ground. Really unfortunate for Brad White. Could have been his first. But Rian Khan survives and lives on to face another. Brad White now again to Rian Khan. Cuts it past the man at backward point. Some work. The man on the 5-leg boundary. And just the one, I have to say, that catch was it straight to ground. Janssen. It was hit with some pace, and these pink balls are extremely hard, much harder than a normal cricket ball, so tough to take. But in a World Cup, you have to take every single opportunity that comes your way. Ron Janssen to Khan again. Tries to work into the left side. Nice sharp take from Mario Solomons. Takes off the bails. But wide signalled by umpire Russell Triffin. Two more balls to come in this Brad White over. Over the wicket to Khan. Nice sharp bounce. Good length. And it looked to hurt around Khan at some. Kind of hit him on the wrist. Now Brad White to finish off over number 19. It's 70 for 6. Rian Khan on strike. Nice and full. Takes a swipe at it. Over the head of backward point. And races away for 4. What a way to end the 18th and 19th over for the UAE. And that takes their score up to 74 for 6. And Rian Khan's on 21. Despite these two sticking around, they are scoring at just over 3 to the over, which sees the required run rates up to 7.15. Apologies, 7.04. And this partnership with that drop catch now worth 36, and it will be Clive Extian bowling from what I've just dubbed the broadcast end. So some encouragement coming from the South African fielders. Clive Extian to Asad Rizvi, just drops it to Captain Louis Kuhn. Dot. How long can these two UAE batters keep it going? How long can they keep themselves stuck in the middle? Nice floated delivery, good length, and again just defended. So after a explosive start from the UAE batters, who went swiping at almost everything, now with these two in, have been very tame. Haven't taken too many risks. As I say that, nice full, good cover drive, and great work from Craig Lyons fielding at cover on the circle. Puts the dive in and saves a couple of runs. So midway through the 20th over at 75 for 6, just the one run off the over so far. Oh, ball keeping quite low, but Round Khan always in a defensive mindset, not looking to take Extian on as of yet, I should say, and beamed in a bit, a good length, once again just defended. That's Round Khan. One, oh, full length off the edge, and good work that from Bruce Wilson in the gully region. Puts the dive in and stops a couple, so that's 20 overs done. 75-6, and still a ton needed. 182 of 150. The game getting away from UAE. They're running out of batters. They're 6 down already, which means just 4 bat left in the camp. This partnership growing slowly but surely. It's worth 37 as Brad White resumes, and Asad Rizvi works it down to the man at the third man, who's standing about 10 meters in from the rope. Nice sharp away movement from the right-handed batter. Brings Rehan Khan on strike. Will he take on the pace of Brad White? Short, works into the leg side, some work for Albani, but beats him and it rolls away for 4. Nice shot. Pounced upon by Rehan Khan. Takes his total up to 21. And that's off 29 deliveries. And this partnership now into the 40s, 41. White, Khan, nice and full, hits the gap. And that one will roll away for 4. What a shot. Rehan Khan really letting loose now. He's starting to hit the ball proper. That one out of the middle of the bat. Now White You can't. It's a bit of a top edge on that one, but rolls away for a single. There's protection. That third man on that third man boundary. Right, with 2 balls to go in the 24th over, hits the pad, but it's well outside the line of stump. And a bit of a tame appeal from some of the fielders. Brad White to finish off his third over. A little bit short. And work straight past the bowler. And that's the end of over number 21. It's 85 for 6. Once again, good afternoon. If you just joined us for this over 50 match between South Africa and the UAE, it's the final day of group matches with 5 other matches being played in and around the mother city. But for myself, Zian Sims, coming to you live from Claremont Cricket Club in Constantia, joined by the team of Pitch Vision, Labiba, Marie and Zadian, responsible for the visuals you're seeing this afternoon. Afternoon team, it's good to be working with you. They all say hello. And it's Clive Extian who resumes his spell. This is his 7th over from the broadcast end. Nice full and a good shot. But great work from that man fielding in the covers. Craig Lyons has been really putting his body on the line for South Africa today. Played a phenomenal innings. We got to 110 off 110. He was out there for some time and now still throwing his body around for his country. Nice and full, hit straight. Clive Extian gets a hand on it. But the 2 batters get through for a single. So it's been a top all-round display from South Africa. Great fielding, despite that drop catch. Top bowling. And fantastic batting. 256 for 3. South Africa's over 50s finished on, which is a phenomenal performance. Good bounce turn and a proper length from Clive Extian. Beats the batter, all ends up that round. Khan, who has moved on to 31 off 34 deliveries, and this partnership with 49 just defends, puts his bat out there. Knows it's not going to take on the left-hander like Clive Extian. Not the same type of aggression for Clive Extian that they've shown for Brad White bowling from the other end. And defends. Once again does Rian Khan. And the wind still relentless in Constantia, yeah, Claremont Cricket Club. As Extian finishes up as his last ball, tries to work it past square on the offside, but a dot to finish. It's 87 for 6. And still a very long way to go for UAE. 170 needed of 138. The required run rates 7.39. They're scoring at just under 4. And one more run to get for these 2 batters for the 50-run partnership. It has been proper batting from these 2 that really stabilizes the ship somewhat, but one feels way too little, way too late. Only 4 more wickets left in the bag, but these 2 getting stuck in. Yeah, the game is still on while they're there. Brad White coming to you from the far end. This is fourth over. It's been a bit expensive. Already conceded 22. It's an economy rate of just under 7. Oh, nice full delivery. Works straight past Louis Kun, filling short cover. And the two UAE batters stroll through for a single, and that's a 50-run partnership. Well done. Asad Rizvi, Rian Khan. It's been a proper fight from these two gentlemen so far. Just trying to keep their team in it. This time swipes at it, misses it, and a great take from Mario Solomon. It was wide, short, there to cut. But Rian Khan misses out this time around. Brad White to Khan. Short on the leg side. And Khan does not miss out. Hits that ball straight into the UAE camp. 1 bounce 4. And these two are going along nicely. They are cruising. Not to victory. At least at this stage. But building a nice partnership. Exactly what the UAE needed. Right, to Khan, throws his bat at it, pierces the gap between backward point and cover. That ball will stop short of the boundary, and they're keen to take a third, but no, says Rian Khan, despite it being on. This is exactly what the UAE needed about 5 wickets ago. Still have their backs against the wall, but they are fighting. They are throwing punches. And how costly would that drop catch just a few overs ago be? That is most definitely going to affect the net run rates. I pointed out it being the utmost importance, because England in their match against Wales, they're cruising to victory. They need 37 runs to England to win, with 20 overs still to go. The other matches, New Zealand beat Canada by 202 runs. New Zealand had a bat first, got to 289 and bowled the Canada out for 87. That Pakistan-Namibia game also already wrapped up. Namibia bowled out for 67. And Pakistan chasing that down in 14 overs for a 10-wicket win. And USA, they've wrapped up that game against Sri Lanka. Bowled Sri Lanka out for 114. Chased that down in the 20th over for a 10-wicket win. A couple 10-wicket wins here. And then Zimbabwe and Australia. Zimbabwe hit 220 for 8 and they allotted 45. And in the 25th over, Australia on 148 for 1. So looking at the log, South Africa, they're second in Group B. England are first. South Africa and England both on 8 points. But England's net run rate 1.034 and South Africa 0.43. So they need a big win here. They need wickets. They need it quick. So they're allowing the UAE just to get stuck in there, and if they're not cautious, they could see out all 45 overs despite still cruising to a 100+ run victory. So we've got a change in bowling. It's lefty Gate bowling left-handed offies. So Good start here from Ngate. He's bowling to Rian Khan to the leg side. Optimistic appeal. Owen comfortably going down leg. And the umpire agrees. So a leg bye. We are halfway through lefty Ngate's first over. And has conceded 3 so far. Again down the leg side, but batter misses out. Now signalling to the man at backward deep square leg. Just come a little bit more straighter around as he tosses it down the leg side again through the hands of wicketkeeper Mario Solomons, and that's 2 wides to UAE's cause. 3 consecutive balls from lefty Ngate going down the leg side. Aim down the leg side. And that those 2 wides also bringing up the 100 for the UAE. 101 for 6. Well, it looked like they're going to struggle to get to 80. No, in triple figures, and stuck in to the South African batters. Louis Quinn now having a bit of a chat with lefty Ngate. And 5 runs off his opening over. So what's Louis Quinn gonna do? Who's he tossing that ball to? Still Brad White, is it? And there's Bruce Wilson, 12th man, extra bowling option. Just now a bit of a change in the field. 3rd man's coming into the circle. We've got Brad White at point. Louis Kuhn's put himself in a shortish cover position. Long on, long off. 1 man inside the circle on the leg side at mid wicket. It's a deep mid wicket. And confusion as to where James Albani needs to take up a spot. Again, in a backward deep square leg position. Bruce Wilson starts. A bit too wide, easy pickings there for Saad Rizvi. Now Rian Khan on strike. South Africans want this man to hit straight into this severe wind. That's Rian Khan, a patient man. Plays it with soft hands. Oh, nice bounce. Good full delivery. Rian Khan has a go at that. Tries to reach the boundary on the offside, but gets nothing on it. Off the edge. Rolls through to the fielder inside the circle. She'll find leggish position. No run. A good start. 2 more balls to go in the first over of Bruce Wilson. Just 1 run conceded so far. Tosses it up. This time, Rian Khan gets all of that in a full delivery and beats the man fielding at long on. Apologies. And that ball Rolls away for 4. Well, this partnership with 68. And Ryan Khan into the 40s is on 43 of 49. Ryan giving himself some room, taking a few steps to the left, punches that onto the leg side, past the one and only fielder inside the circle, the man at mid wicket, and 4 more runs. So that's 2 consecutive boundaries to finish off the 25th over, and that takes UAE's total up to 110 for 6. Still 147 required to win of 120 deliveries. How far can these 2 batters go? Can they take it through to the very end? What's on Louis Kuhn's mind? How is he going to get this wicket? How is he going to get the breakthrough? The ball once again in the hand of lefty Gately. Starts his second. Nice. Actually beamed in to the pads of Asad Rizvi. Still on 20. That of 36 deliveries. That's a 4 once again. Works it onto the leg side and they stroll through for a single and brings the danger man, Ryan Khan, back on strike. It was just a blow away from getting his half century. Get there to Khan. Just defends. This man taking his time. It's not the same brand of aggressive cricket shown by the UAE in the start of this innings that led to the first 6 overs. This time swipes at it. Optimistic appeal from lefty Gately. That ball rolling away for what should be 2 leg byes. Gately to Ryan Khan, plays it straight, and lefty is fielding off his own bowling. Can he come on. So nice disciplined over from lefty Gately. So it is Bruce Wilson and Asad Rizvi facing for the UAE. He's been just rotating the strike, getting the danger man Ryan Khan on strike. And it's been a proper partnership of 2 rolls, 75 now. This partnership with on the full, hits the pad. Well, that should be going down leg. My angle at least. So Asad Rizvi fooled by the flights. Just dipped on him last second. Getting some more flight. A nice dip once again. Using his feet, moving outside the crease, getting to the pitch of the delivery and works it on to the fielder at long off. So Ryan Khan on strike. 3 more balls to come. in this over. 3 more to get for Rian Khan to get to his 50. Some adjustments to the field for Bruce Wilson. Mohamed Cow coming into the circle, taking up a position mid-wicket. Puts it in. Happy to just drop it in. Floated, but no run on this occasion. Again floated in nicely. Nice tidy over. Ends with 3 dot balls to the danger man. Great end to the over, Bruce Wilson. That's the end of his second. And now the UAE. Some encouragement coming from the South African dugouts for this man, lefty Ngedpe. Starts his third, and he's going to come over the wicket, bowling his left-handers. On the full, played by Asad Rizvi. A nice stop there from his own bowling. Nice laying. Can only defend, does Azad.
4 more dot balls, eh?
The South Africans pleading for 4 dot balls from this man lefty. Oh, hits the pad. UAE trying to look to sneak a run, but opted against it. So good over so far from lefty and Gately. None off it. Nice full length, but easy pickings for Assad, and the 2 stroll through for a single. That takes UAE's cause up to 115 for 6. Now Rian Khan on 47, taking strike. Tries to go big, but drops the ball short. The man fielding at long on, and Mr. Clive Extian. And they stroll through for a single, so 48 now, Rian Khan. Lifting gate 2. Oh, Asad Rizvi, and misses everything. Crucially misses the stumps as well. And 2 byes to end the over. 118 for 6 are UAE. 132 needed from 102 balls that still remain. But will be concerning for the UAE is the fact that they only have 4 more wickets left in hand, and that they're scoring at 4.21, and that the asking rate has jumped to over 8 to the over. Still a very long way to go, but proper work done here by batter number 7, 8, Asad Rizvi and Rian Khan respectively. There's that Bruce Wilson resuming from the far end. Oh, beats Rian Khan, who looks to get that ball into the gym over cow corner. But great take, nice sharp work from Mario Solomons behind the wickets. Nice take, removes the bails, but Rian Khan in his ground. Tosses up nicely and just past Louis Kun. Fielding at short cover, and ball racing away for 4. That brings up the 50 for Rian Khan. A spectacular innings played here for his country, the UAE. On an afternoon his side so desperately needed a hero. Still a long way to go though. How far can they get them? How close can they get the UAE to victory? It's going to be a tough ask. Still a lot to do for these two batters. But with that, the partnership now with 84. Exactly what the UAE needed, and just misses the stumps. Ball keeping it very low. And that not too far away from Rian Khan's off stump. That's Rian Khan still on the floor, just taking a moment. A few seconds to get himself up. Appears to be uninjured. Umpire telling the UAE support staff, who been coming up running out with water, to get back off. Halfway through, over number 29, Rian Khan just defends. These two haven't given South Africa many opportunities. There was one. About 6 overs to go, and this time in the slot, Rian Khan hits it into the wind, and that ball goes all the way. Big 6 from Rian Khan. That's a proper shot. Quite a brave man to take on the wind, but gets the just reward. We'll put a stop to the scoring from Rian Khan. Again, takes on the wind. Will drop short of the boundary, but crosses it with ease. 4 runs. What a way to end over number 29. It's 132 for 6. Warning lights flashing for Louis Kun and Team South Africa. What will he do? Does he call upon Alan Dawson or James Albani to resume? Both only have bowled 4. And both bowlers still have a couple in the bank. At least 5 each. There's lefty and gameplay. Resume hits his pads. Does Asad Rizvi. But as I spoke about Alan Dawson and James Albani to return, it seems like Alan Dawson is starting to warm up his shoulders once again. Just before the previous delivery, the man with a 52 on his back fielding in a short mid-wicket catching position, and again lefty and gateway pushing that one wide. He's been targeting that off leg stump, but should be bowling to his field. There's barely anyone on the leg side. It's the two men in the circle. And it's square leg. Alan Dawson there in the short mid wicket catching position, and then a very square fine leg on the leg side. James Albani here to my left hand side. That's mid on, or long off, apologies, and a sweeper on the boundary. Now Louis Kuhn also coming in close. That ball going straight to him, nicely darted into the toes of Asad Rizvi. Looks to go straight over the head of lefty and get there. And another dot. The lefty to finish his over, coming over the wicket, over the head of Louis Kuhn. Falls safe. And UAE will get through for 2 more runs. Lefty and Gedney has bowled 4. Has gone for just 11. And the total 135 for 6. 122 still required from 90 deliveries. And it seems like the two teams will be having a drinks break. We will be right back. After the drinks break to Sancha Cricket Club. It is South Africa up against the UAE. A long way still to go for the UAE. South Africa, Louis Kuhn now calling upon his most experienced bowler. It is Alan Dawson to resume his start a new spell. This is 5th over. Will be his 5th. Coming to Rian Khan. Plays it straight to the man at mid-off and through for a comfortable single. Still a very big job ahead of them. They need 121 still off 89 deliveries. South Africa need to wrap this one up quickly. Nice full delivery, good pace. Assad up to the task, gets it straight to the man fielding at extra cover. So that's Craig Lyons. This one just dropped and around by the UAE. And the partnership now up to 99. Fantastic afternoon of batting by these two against the odds. And goes over the top. And that should roll away for 4. It is 4. That brings up the 100-run partnership around the 7th wicket for the UAE. It's been fantastic batting by these two gentlemen. Asad Rizvi has been comfortable to just get Rian Khan on strike, but Rian Khan has been destructive this afternoon. And this time goes over the head of Alan Dawson. Won't clear the ring, but a fantastic 7th wicket partnership for the UAE. A partnership they needed at the start. But now just 4 wickets in hand. It's not impossible a win here for the men from the UAE. This time beats Craig Lyons fielding in the covers, but sweep out there, so just the one. Like I said, not impossible, highly improbable, but not impossible. And things back of that drop catch in the cover region. It's about 15 overs ago now. I went straight into the hands of Grant Janssen, in and out, but there was hit with some pace. But a big moment, a big wicket, and it has proved costly for South Africa. A potential spot at the peak of Group B might have gone a begging. They are level on points at this stage with England, with just the net run rate splitting the two sides. So over in England's match against Wales, they're in the 29th over. Are England chasing 162? They're 163 for 4. "26 more runs needed, England, off the last 16 overs. Just more than 16 overs. This time Assad uses his feet, beats the man fielding up mid-wicket. And that's 2 more to UAE's cause. Same mid-wicket, but it's more forward square leg. Not the man Brad Nash. Lefty to Assad, uses his feet, comes storming out, gets to the pitch of the ball, but great fielding from lefty Getne. So the left-handed lefty comes over the wicket. So it's the pads, but pitches outside leg. So I really can't believe my eyes. This partnership with 107 around the 7th wicket. Short and through the hands of that fielder. In a short mid-wicket position. That's exactly why he's there. Is Alan Dawson. Gets some hand on it, slows the ball down. They end up coming through for just the one. So lefty to Rian Khan, who just defends and closes out over number 32. That is 146 for 6. 111 runs needed off 78 deliveries, with just that 4 wickets in hand. So the scoring rate for the UAE at the moment is stuck at about 4.5, and the required rate has jumped up just a tad, but up to 8.5 to the over. So it will be Alan Dawson to start his 6th. Figures of 1 for 17 so far. Very economical. Has been bowling with good pace. Been hitting good lengths. Oh, just like that. Great take. Mario Solomons looked like it might have stung a little. Great pace shown by the youngster. Dawson to Assad. Comes out, uses his feet, works us onto the offside. Some work for Craig Lyons fielding in the covers. Takes Assad Rizvi's total up to 31 of 61. So Dawson to Rian Khan. Has an almighty go at it, but gets nothing on it. And a nice low take from Mario Solomons. He has been solid behind the stumps this afternoon. Dawson to Khan. Aimed at the toes of Rian Khan, but sharp fielding from lefty and get there. Stops about 3 runs. 2 more balls to come in the 33rd over. Long off, coming into the circle. On the full, beats lefty and get there. Some work for Albany. Fielding at fine leg. Has to run all the way to backward square leg to stop the 1 cut of 4. Okay. And that just the 2 runs. Dawson to Assad Rizvi to finish off his 6th over. Nice and full. Some work for Craig Lyons. Uses his feet. Fumbles the ball a couple times. Gets it in. Just a single. That's UAE up to 151 for 6. These 2 UAE batters just keeping the scoreboard ticking. Doing a fantastic job for his team and Said Rafula. Might just be starting to get optimistic. Could a win be on the cards here for the UAE? Said not impossible, highly improbable. But what's needed is 106 of 72 deliveries. Has been nice and disciplined from these UAE batters, in contrast to what we've seen in the start of this UAE innings, which actually led to the first 6 wickets. It's unnecessary aggression early on led to their demise. Okay, lefty in gate there. He pulls out last minute, but about to start his 6th over. 0 for 14 his figure so far. Some full. Oh, Alan Dawson gets a hand on it. Hit in between Lefty Ngenthe and Alan Dawson. That one sneaks through, and they sneak through for a single. Brings Rehan Khan back on strike now. Lefty Ngenthe having a bit of a chat with his captain Louis Kun as to how he wants his field. So it's unmoved at this stage. I think he wanted the man fielding in the gully to drop into the boundary. What can Lefty do here? That's a full hit straight, some work for Albani, but a comfortable stop in the end, and just a single. Great fielding from James Albani. Albani, lefty to Assad, gets it past that man fielding up mid wickets. That is Brad White. And 2 more runs to UAE's cause. Rehan Khan on strike, lefty and get there. Beams it in. Top fielding from Craig Lyons in the covers. He's really had a splendid day so far. After quite an innings with the bats, 110 off 110, still throwing his body around like a youngster. Good to see. On the leg side, Rehan Khan gets some bats on it. Won't go down to the boundary, but they'll stroll through for a single. I think Craig Lyons will need more than just an ice bath after this game. Might need to invest in some deep heat as well. And get there to finish up on the full, and easy pickings for Assad. Just rolling down and stops short of the boundary. And 2 runs ends off over number 34. 159 for 6. The UAE still in this. They are most definitely still in this. I'm going to say it again. It's not impossible, though highly improbable when looking at the skill and the caliber of bowlers South Africa still has at their disposal. But as long as these 2 guys, these 2 UAE batters hang around there in the middle, the more likely it will become. Especially this man taking strike now to Alan Dawson, Rehan Khan, who is on 71 off 72. He's really been playing a splendid innings. And a real contender for player of the match, if he can keep this up. So Dawson to starts over number 7 from the far end. Good pace off the pad, appeal, and umpire indicates that it came off the bat. Great starts from Alan Dawson. Dawson quick to turn, steaming in the slot. Rehan Khan just knocks it down to the fielder. That's a long off, and just a single here. There's Assad Rizvi, who will be taking strike. He's on 40. Played a nice little supporting role. One could say a man who deserves an accolade here today, lifting his bat for a half century. Can he get those last 10 runs? It's Dawson to Assad, nicely played, and Assad keen for 2, but Rian Khan says no thank you bro, I'm tired. Partnership now with 123 as Dawson comes steaming in. This one goes up in the air, but will land safely. Will it go all the way? Nope. They turn for a second. Those are the 2 UAE batters, and quite comfortable runs in the end. Assad Rizvi ran that quite hard. He's been running everything hard and needs a moment to just catch his breath. Dawson, and he hits the stumps of Rian Khan. That is the end of a spectacular innings from this UAE batsman. Fantastic job, and kept his country in the fight, but he has to go. Fantastic bowling from Alan Dawson. This experienced campaigner gets the breakthrough eventually for South Africa, and now South Africans just 3 wickets away from putting a pin in this match. So standing ovation for Rian Khan as he makes his way off from his teammates, and a couple of the other South African supporters made themselves comfortable in the clubhouse. Really was a spectacular knock, fantastic to watch, and one that kept UAE in the match. So now one could say the lady's starting to warm up her voice, ready to take the stage. There's still quite a way to go as Asif Butt makes his way out to the middle. Number 9 batsman. And now the 94 runs required off 61 will be just out of reach for UAE. So Dawson to the new man, Asif Butt. Nice length, nicely played. Straight to cover, hits the stumps, and the finger goes up. That's 2 and 2. The second set batsman, Assad Rizvi, gets caught short of his ground. And it's that man, Craig Lyons, who gets the run out, hits the stump with basically just one view at the stick, and he knocks him over. Can you believe it? So, in a flash, that's 2 quick wickets for the UAE, for South Africa and the UAE. In an incredible amount of trouble now. This one all but over, surely. Number 11, Faisal Maqsood, making his way out to the middle. Really loved his bowling action, but now has a job to do with the bat. It is number 10 strolling out into the middle. And really unfortunately, Assad Rizvi has to depart after contributing 31. Really played a nice supportive innings to Rian Khan. But those efforts in vain now, as the UAE have two fresh batters out in the middle. So South Africa now just 2 wickets away from victory, and 10 overs still left to go as lefty Gentner gets ready to start his 7th over, and just defended. Are we going to see a return to the aggressive nature from the UAE? Are they going to go down swinging? Or are they trying to get as close to 45 overs as possible? Again, just defends, tries to defend off the pad of Asif Butt. So 2 dot balls to start. Left in Gentner works it onto the leg side, but protection there in the form of Brandon Nash. Again works to the leg side. Asif Butt keen to take a single, but Maksud quite smartly says no. No, get there. Oh, on the fall, great fielding, Brandon Nash. Just dropping short of the man, but on the bounce, takes it. Apologies, not Brandon Nash, that's Brad White fielding at the wickets. It's the pad, pitching well outside of leg stump. So that brings a close to the over, maiden. Top bowling, and the UAE on 163 for 8. Still need 94 with 54 balls remaining and just those 2 wickets in hand. The required rate up to 10. So Alan Dawson, he starts over number 8 to Maksud down the leg side and wide, signalled by the umpire Russell Triffin. Dawson to Maksud. Nice full at the toes, the appeal, and the finger goes up. That's the end of Maksud. And that Alan Dawson's 3rd. Fantastic bowling from the Protea veteran. And gets the breakthrough when his captain needed it most. Now South Africa just 1 wicket away from victory. A match they arguably should have wrapped up about 10 overs ago. But this is the situation. Not going to do wonders to their net run rates. In contrast to the English side. So as it stands, the Proteas should finish 2nd in Group B with England topping the table. Both on 8 points, both with 4 wins and 1 loss. But the net run rate splitting the 2 sides. So while the last man in, Tarsan Flory John, makes his way out to the middle, news in that England-Wales match is that England won by 5 wickets, chasing down their target of 162 in 36 overs. New Zealand beat Canada by 202 runs. Canada were chasing 289. And Canada were bowled out for 87. The USA beat Sri Lanka, chased down 115 set by Sri Lanka without losing a single wicket. So a 10-wicket victory there. So a 10-wicket victory for Pakistan over Namibia. Dawson hits a good length, still gets some good pace. Leaves Tarsan Flory John wanting. And now some words. Okay, in comes the 2nd slip. So Captain Louis couldn't take up that 2nd slip position, while Brad White will occupy first slip. With that, some fielding work for. Here's Craig Lyons once again. He hits the stumps again, and once again it is out, and that's the end of the match. And magical the fact that it is Craig Lyons who has the final say with 2 fantastic run-outs. This one to bring it into Tarson Flurry John, who was left wanting, left his round, and the ball went straight to Craig Lyons. And fantastic fielding from the young man, and a fantastic day all round. With the bat, contributed 110 deliveries, featured prominently in that 160 run odd partnership with Brandon Nash up front, who lost his wicket just 2 runs short of his century. And 2 run outs from Craig Lyons to bring an end to the match in a day or afternoon where he threw his body around like a youngster. So that's the end of the match here at Claremont Cricket Club. South Africa have won by 90 runs. And a big win for South Africa. They coming off a loss against England in their last match out. Now winning this one by 91 runs. Proper fight from the UAE to get it that close. I can say close. But a fantastic job for South Africa. They go into the playoffs with winning momentum under their belt. Really was an honor to bring you this match. So we watch South Africa shake hands, make their way off the field. For myself, Zian Sims, the pitch vision team of Labiba, Marie and Zadian. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, throughout the day. And it is goodbye from us.